Chapter 65 of Lorna Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Harris. Lorna Doone by R.D. Blackmore. Chapter 65. Falling Among Lambs. That faithful creature, whom I began to admire as if she were my own, which is no little thing for a man to say of another man's horse, stopped in front of a low black shed, such as we call a linhay, and here she uttered a little greeting in a subdued and softened voice, hoping to obtain an answer, such as her master was wont to give in a cheery manner. Receiving no reply, she entered, and I, who could scarce keep up with her, poor Kickums being weary, leaped from his back and followed. There I found her sniffing gently, but with great emotion, at the body of Tom Faggus. A corpse poor Tom appeared to be, if ever there was one in this world, and I turned away, and felt unable to keep altogether from weeping. But the mare either could not understand, or else would not believe it. She reached her long neck forth, and felt him with her under lip, passing it over his skin as softly as a mother would do to an infant, and then she looked up at me again, as much as to say, "He is all right." Upon this I took courage, and handled poor Tom, which, being young, I had feared at first to do. He groaned very feebly, as I raised him up, and there was the wound, a great savage one, whether from pike thrust or musket ball, gaping and welling in his right side, from which a piece seemed to be torn away. I bound it up with some of my linen, so far as I knew how, just to staunch the flow of blood, until we could get a doctor. Then I gave him a little weak brandy and water, which he drank with the greatest eagerness, and made sign to me for more of it. But not knowing how far it was right to give cordial under the circumstances, I handed him unmixed water that time, thinking that he was too far gone to perceive the difference. But herein I wronged Tom Faggus, for he shook his head and frowned at me. Even at the door of death he would not drink what Adam drank, by whom came death into the world. So I gave him a little more eau de vie, and he took it most submissively. After that he seemed better, and a little colour came into his cheeks, and he looked at Winnie and knew her, and would have her nose in his clammy hand, though I thought it not good for either of them. With the stay of my arm he sat upright, and faintly looked about him, as if at the end of a violent dream, too much for his power of mind. Then he managed to whisper, "Is Winnie hurt?" "As sound as a roach," I answered. "Then so am I," said he. "Put me upon her back, John. She and I die together." Surprised as I was at this fatalism, for so it appeared to me, of which he had often shown symptoms before, but I took them for mere levity, now I knew not what to do, for it seemed to me a murderous thing to set such a man on horseback, where he must surely bleed to death, even if he could keep the saddle. But he told me, with many breaks and pauses, that unless I obeyed his orders, he would tear off all my bandages, and accept no further aid from me. While I was yet hesitating, a storm of horse at full gallop went by, tearing, swearing, bearing away all the country before them. Only a little pollard hedge kept us from their bloodshot eyes. "Now is the time," said my cousin Tom, so far as I could make out his words. "On their heels I am safe, John, if I have only Winnie under me. Winnie and I die together." Seeing this strong bent of his mind, stronger than any pains of death, I even did what his feeble eyes sometimes implored and sometimes commanded. With a strong sash, from his own hot neck, bound and twisted, tight as wax, around his damaged waist, I set him upon Winnie's back, and placed his trembling feet in stirrups, with a band from one to another, under the good mare's body, so that no swerve could throw him out. And then I said, "Lean forward, Tom. It will stop your hurt from bleeding." He leaned almost on the neck of the mare, which, as I knew, must close the wound, and the light of his eyes was quite different, and the pain of his forehead unstrung itself, as if he felt the undulous readiness of her volatile paces under him. "God bless you, John, I am safe," he whispered, fearing to open his lungs much. "Who can come near my Winnie mare? A mile of her gallop is 10 years of life. Look out for yourself, John Ridd." He sucked his lips, and the mare went off, as easy and swift as a swallow. Well, thought I, as I looked at Kickums ignobly cropping up a bit of grass, I have done a very good thing, no doubt, and ought to be thankful to God for the chance. But as for getting away unharmed, with all these scoundrels about me, and only a foundered horse to trust in, good and spiteful as he is, upon the whole, I begin to think that I have made a fool of myself, according to my habit. No wonder Tom said, "Look out for yourself." I shall look out from a prison window, or perhaps even out of a halter, and then what will Lorna think of me? Being in this wistful mood, I resolved to abide a while, even where fate had thrown me, for my horse required good rest, no doubt, and was taking it, even while he cropped, with his hind legs far away stretched out, and his forelegs gathered under him, and his muzzle on the molehills, so that he had 5 supportings from his mother earth. Moreover, the linhay itself was full of very ancient cow dung, than which there is no balmier and more maiden soporific. Hence I resolved, upon the whole, though grieving about breakfast, to light a pipe and go to sleep, or at least until the hot sun should arouse the flies. I may have slept 3 hours, or 4, or it might be even 5, for I never counted time, while sleeping, when a shaking more rude than the old landlady's brought me back to the world again. I looked up with a mighty yawn, and saw 20 or so of foot soldiers. "This linhay is not yours," I said, when they had quite aroused me, with tongue and hand and even sword prick. "What business have you here, good fellows?" "Business bad for you," said one, "and will lead you to the gallows." "Do you wish to know the way out again?" I asked very quietly, as being no braggadocio. "We will show thee the way out," said one, "and the way out of the world," said another. "But not the way to heaven," said one chap, most unlikely to know it, and thereupon they all fell wagging, like a bed of clover leaves in the morning, at their own choice humour. "Will you pile your arms outside," I said, "and try a bit of fair play with me?" For I disliked these men sincerely, and was fain to teach them a lesson. They were so unchristian in appearance, having faces of a coffee colour, and dirty beards half over them. Moreover, their dress was outrageous, and their address still worse. However, I had wiser let them alone, as will appear afterwards. These savage-looking fellows laughed at the idea of my having any chance against some 20 of them, but I knew that the place was in my favour, for my part of it had been fenced off, for weaning a calf most likely, so that only 2 could come at me at once, and I must be very much out of training if I could not manage 2 of them. Therefore I laid aside my carbine and the 2 horse pistols, and they, with many coarse jokes at me, went a little way outside, and set their weapons against the wall, and turned up their coat sleeves jauntily, and then began to hesitate. "Go you first, Bob," I heard them say. "You are the biggest man of us, and Dick the wrestler along of you. Us will back you up, boy." "I'll warrant I'll draw the badger," said Bob, "and not a tooth will I leave him. But mind, for the honour of Kirk's lambs, every man stands me a glass of gin." Then he and another man made a rush, and the others came double quick march on their heels. But as Bob ran at me most stupidly, not even knowing how to place his hands, I caught him with my knuckles at the back of his neck, and with all the sway of my right arm sent him over the heads of his comrades. Meanwhile Dick the wrestler had grappled me, expecting to show off his art, of which indeed he had some small knowledge, but being quite of the light weights, in a second he was flying after his companion Bob. Now these two men were hurt so badly, the light one having knocked his head against the lintel of the outer gate, that the rest had no desire to encounter the like misfortune. So they hung back whispering, and before they had made up their minds, I rushed into the midst of them. The suddenness and the weight of my onset took them wholly by surprise, and for once in their lives, perhaps, Kirke's lambs were worthy of their name. Like a flock of sheep at a dog's attack, they fell away, hustling one another, and my only difficulty was not to tumble over them. I had taken my carbine out with me, having a fondness for it, but the 2 horse pistols I left behind, and therefore felt good title to take 2 from the magazine of the lambs. And with these, and my carbine, I leaped upon Kickums, who was now quite glad of a gallop again, and I bade adieu to that mongrel lot, yet they had the meanness to shoot at me. Thanking God for my deliverance, inasmuch as those men would have strung me up, from a pollard ash without trial, as I heard them tell one another, and saw the tree they had settled upon, I ventured to go rather fast on my way, with doubt and uneasiness urging me. And now my way was home again. Nobody could say but what I had done my duty, and rescued Tom, if he could be rescued, from the mischief into which his own perverseness and love of change, rather than deep religious convictions, to which our Annie ascribed his outbreak, had led, or seemed likely to lead him. And how proud would my mother be, and, well, there was nobody else to be proud of me now. But while thinking these things, and desiring my breakfast, beyond any power of describing, and even beyond my remembrance, I fell into another fold of lambs, from which there was no exit. These, like true crusaders, met me, swaggering very heartily, and with their barrels of cider set, like so many cannon, across the road, over against a small hostel. "We have won the victory, my lord king, and we mean to enjoy it. Down from thy horse, and have a stoup of cider, thou big rebel." "No rebel am I. My name is John Ridd. I belong to the side of the king, and I want some breakfast." These fellows were truly hospitable. That much will I say for them. Being accustomed to Arab ways, they could toss a grill or fritter or the inner meaning of an egg into any form they pleased, calmly and very good to eat, and it led me to think of Annie. So I made the rarest breakfast any man might hope for, after all his troubles. And getting on with these brown fellows better than could be expected, I craved permission to light a pipe, if not disagreeable. Hearing this, they roared at me with a superior laughter, and asked me whether or not I knew the tobacco leaf from the chickweed, and when I was forced to answer no, not having gone into the subject, but being content with anything brown, they clapped me on the back and swore they had never seen anyone like me. Upon the whole, this pleased me much, for I do not wish to be taken always as of the common pattern, and so we smoked admirable tobacco, for they would not have any of mine, though very courteous concerning it, and I was beginning to understand a little of what they told me, when up came those confounded lambs, who had shown more tail than head to me in the linhay, as I mentioned. Now these men upset everything. Having been among wrestlers so much as my duty compelled me to be, and having learned the necessity of the rest which follows the conflict, and the right of discussion which all people have to pay their sixpence to enter, and how they obtrude this right, and their wisdom, upon the man who has labored until he forgets all the work he did, and begins to think that they did it, having some knowledge of this sort of thing, and the flux of mind swimming in liquor, I foresaw a brawl, as plainly as if it were Bear Street in Barnstaple. And a brawl there was, without any error, except of the men who hit their friends, and those who defended their enemies. My partners in breakfast and beer can swore that I was no prisoner, but the best and most loyal subject, and the finest-hearted fellow they had ever the luck to meet with. Whereas the men from the linhay swore that I was a rebel miscreant, and have me they would, with a rope's end ready, in spite of every, violent language, who had got drunk at my expense, and been misled by my, strong word, lies. While this fight was going on, and its mere occurrence shows, perhaps, that my conversation in those days was not entirely despicable, else why should my new friends fight for me, when I had paid for the ale, and therefore won the wrong tense of gratitude? It was in my power at any moment to take horse and go, and this would have been my wisest plan, and a very great saving of money, but somehow I felt as if it would be a mean thing to slip off so. Even while I was hesitating, and the men were breaking each other's heads, a superior officer rode up, with his sword drawn and his face on fire. "What, my lambs, he cried, smiting with the flat of his sword. "Is this how you waste my time and my purse, when you ought to be catching 100 prisoners, worth 10 pounds apiece to me? Who is this young fellow we have here? Speak up, sirrah. What art thou, and how much will thy good mother pay for thee?" "My mother will pay naught for me," I answered, while the lambs fell back and glowered at one another. "So please your worship, I am no rebel, but an honest farmer, and well proved of loyalty." "Ha ha, a farmer art thou? Those fellows always pay the best. Good farmer, come to yon barren tree, thou shalt make it fruitful." Colonel Kirke made a sign to his men, and before I could think of resistance, stout new ropes were flung around me, and with 3 men on either side I was led along very painfully. And now I saw, and repented deeply of my careless folly, in stopping with those boon companions, instead of being far away. But the newness of their manners to me, and their mode of regarding the world, differing so much from mine own, as well as the flavour of their tobacco, had made me quite forget my duty to the farm and to myself. Yet methought they would be tender to me, after all our speeches. How then was I disappointed, when the men who had drunk my beer drew on those grievous ropes, twice as hard as the men I had been at strife with? Yet this may have been from no ill will, but simply that having fallen under suspicion of laxity, they were compelled, in self-defence, now to be overzealous. Nevertheless, however pure and godly might be their motives, I beheld myself in a grievous case, and likely to get the worst of it. For the face of the colonel was hard and stern as a block of bogwood oak, and though the men might pity me and think me unjustly executed, yet they must obey their orders, or themselves be put to death. Therefore I addressed myself to the colonel, in a most ingratiating manner, begging him not to sully the glory of his victory, and dwelling upon my pure innocence, and even good service to our lord the king. But Colonel Kirke only gave command that I should be smitten in the mouth, which office Bob, whom I had flung so hard out of the linhay, performed with great zeal and efficiency. But being aware of the coming smack, I thrust forth a pair of teeth, upon which the knuckles of my good friend made a melancholy shipwreck. It is not in my power to tell half the thoughts that moved me, when we came to the fatal tree, and saw 2 men hanging there already, as innocent perhaps as I was, and henceforth entirely harmless. Though ordered by the colonel to look steadfastly upon them, I could not bear to do so, upon which he called me a paltry coward, and promised my breeches to any man who would spit upon my countenance. This vile thing Bob, being angered perhaps by the smarting wound of his knuckles, bravely stepped forward to do for me, trusting no doubt to the rope I was led with. But unluckily as it proved for him, my right arm was free for a moment, and therewith I dealt him such a blow that he never spake again. For this thing I have often grieved, but the provocation was very sore to the pride of a young man, and I trust that God has forgiven me. At the sound and sight of that bitter stroke, the other men drew back, and Colonel Kirke, now black in the face with fury and vexation, gave orders for to shoot me, and cast me into the ditch hard by. The men raised their pieces, and pointed at me, waiting for the word to fire, and I, being quite overcome by the hurry of these events, and quite unprepared to die yet, could only think all upside down about Lorna and my mother, and wonder what each would say to it. I spread my hands before my eyes, not being so brave as some men, and hoping, in some foolish way, to cover my heart with my elbows. I heard the breath of all around, as if my skull were a sounding board, and knew even how the different men were fingering their triggers, and a cold sweat broke all over me, as the colonel, prolonging his enjoyment, began slowly to say, "Fire." But while he was yet dwelling on the F, the hoofs of a horse dashed out on the road, and horse and horseman flung themselves betwixt me and the gun muzzles. So narrowly was I saved that one man could not check his trigger. His musket went off, and the ball struck the horse on the withers, and scared him exceedingly. He began to lash out with his heels all around, and the colonel was glad to keep clear of him, and the men made excuse to lower their guns, not really wishing to shoot me. "How now, Captain Stickles?" cried Kirk, the more angry because he had shown his cowardice. "Dare you, sir, to come betwixt me and my lawful prisoner?" "Nay, hearken one moment, Colonel," replied my old friend Jeremy, and his damaged voice was the sweetest sound I had heard for many a day. "For your own sake, hearken." He looked so full of momentous tidings that Colonel Kirk made a sign to his men not to shoot me till further orders, and then he went aside with Stickles, so that in spite of all my anxiety I could not catch what passed between them. But I fancied that the name of the Lord Chief Justice Jeffreys was spoken more than once, and with emphasis and deference. "Then I leave him in your hands, Captain Stickles," said Kirk at last, so that all might hear him, and though the news was good for me, the smile of baffled malice made his dark face look most hideous. "And I shall hold you answerable for the custody of this prisoner." "Colonel Kirk, I will answer for him," Master Stickles replied, with a grave bow, and one hand on his breast. "John Ridd, you are my prisoner. Follow me, John Ridd." Upon that, those precious lambs flocked away, leaving the rope still around me, and some were glad and some were sorry not to see me swinging. Being free of my arms again, I touched my hat to Colonel Kirk, as became his rank and experience, but he did not condescend to return my short salutation, having espied in the distance a prisoner, out of whom he might make money. I wrung the hand of Jeremy Stickles, for his truth and goodness, and he almost wept, for since his wound he had been a weakened man, as he answered, "Turn for turn, John. You saved my life from the Doones, and by the mercy of God I have saved you from a far worse company. Let your sister Annie know it." End of chapter 65. Recording by Michelle Harris.
Chapter 66 of Lorna Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lorna Doone by R.D. Blackmore. Chapter 66. Suitable Devotion. Now Kickums was not like Winnie any more than a man is like a woman, and so he had not followed my fortunes except at his own distance. No doubt but what he felt a certain interest in me, but his interest was not devotion, and man might go his way and be hanged, rather than horse would meet hardship. Therefore, seeing things to be bad, and his master involved in trouble, what did this horse do but start for the ease and comfort of plovers' barrows, in the plentiful ration of oats abiding in his own manger. For this I do not blame him. It is the manner of mankind. But I could not help being very uneasy at the thought of my mother's discomfort and worry, when she should spy this good horse coming home, without any master or rider, and I almost hoped that he might be caught, although he was worth at least 20 pounds, by some of the king's troopers, rather than find his way home, and spread distress among our people. Yet, knowing his nature, I doubted if any could catch, or catching would keep him. Jeremy Stickles assured me, as we took the road to Bridgewater, that the only chance for my life, if I still refused to fly, was to obtain an order forthwith for my dispatch to London, as a suspected person indeed, but not found in open rebellion, and believed to be under the patronage of the great Lord Jeffreys. "For," said he, "in a few hours' time you would fall into the hands of Lord Feversham, who has won this fight, without seeing it, and who has returned to bed again, to have his breakfast more comfortably. Now he may not be quite so savage, perhaps, as Colonel Kirke, nor find so much sport in gibbeting, but he is equally pitiless, and his price, no doubt, would be higher." "I will pay no price whatever," I answered, "neither will I fly. An hour agone I would have fled for the sake of my mother and the farm, but now that I have been taken prisoner, and my name is known, if I fly the farm is forfeited, and my mother and sister must starve. Moreover, I have done no harm, I have borne no weapons against the king, nor desired the success of his enemies. I like not that the son of a bona roba should be king of England, neither do I count the papists any worse than we are. If they have aught to try me for, I will stand my trial." "Then to London thou must go, my son. There is no such thing as trial here. We hang the good folk without it, which saves them much anxiety. But quicken thy step, good John. I have influence with Lord Churchill, and we must contrive to see him, ere the foreigner falls to work again. Lord Churchill is a man of sense, and imprisons nothing but his money." We were lucky enough to find this nobleman, who has since become so famous by his foreign victories. He received us with great civility, and looked at me with much interest, being a tall and fine young man himself, but not to compare with me in size, although far better favoured. I liked his face well enough, but thought there was something false about it. He put me a few keen questions, such as a man not assured of honesty might have found hard to answer, and he stood in a very upright attitude, making the most of his figure. I saw nothing to be proud of at the moment in this interview, but since the great Duke of Marlborough rose to the top of glory, I have tried to remember more about him than my conscience quite backs up. How should I know that this man would be foremost of our kingdom in 25 years or so? And not knowing, why should I heed him, except for my own pocket? Nevertheless, I have been so cross-questioned, far worse than by young Lord Churchill, about his Grace the Duke of Marlborough, and what he said to me, and what I said then, and how his Grace replied to that, and whether he smiled like another man, or screwed up his lips like a button, as our parish tailor said of him, and whether I knew from the turn of his nose that no Frenchman could stand before him. All these inquiries have worried me so, ever since the battle of Blenheim, that if tailors would only print upon waistcoats, I would give double price for a vest bearing this inscription, "No information can be given about the Duke of Marlborough." Now this good Lord Churchill, for one might call him good by comparison with the very bad people around him, granted without any long hesitation the order for my safe deliverance to the Court of King's Bench at Westminster, and Stickles, who had to report in London, was empowered to convey me, and made answerable for producing me. This arrangement would have been entirely to my liking, although the time of year was bad for leaving Plover's Barrows so, but no man may quite choose his times, and on the while I would have been quite content to visit London, if my mother could be warned that nothing was amiss with me, only a mild, and as one might say, nominal captivity. And to prevent her anxiety, I did my best to send a letter through good Sergeant Bloxham, of whom I heard as quartered with Dumbarton's regiment at Chancery. But that regiment was away in pursuit, and I was forced to entrust my letter to a man who said that he knew him, and accepted a shilling to see to it. For fear of any unpleasant change, we set forth at once for London, and truly thankful may I be that God in his mercy spared me the sight of the cruel and bloody work with which the whole country reeked and howled during the next fortnight. I have heard things that set my hair on end, and made me loathe good meat for days, but I made a point of setting down only the things which I saw done, and in this particular case, not many will quarrel with my decision. Enough, therefore, that we rode on, for Stickles had found me a horse at last, as far as Wells, where we slept that night, and being joined in the morning by several troopers and orderlies, we made a slow but safe journey to London, by way of Bath and Reading. The sight of London warmed my heart with various emotions, such as a cordial man must draw from the heart of all humanity. Here there are quick ways and manners, and the rapid sense of knowledge, and the power of understanding, ere a word be spoken. Whereas at Oare, you must say a thing 3 times, very slowly, before it gets inside the skull of the good man you are addressing. And yet we are far more clever there than in any parish for 15 miles. But what moved me most, when I saw again the noble oil and tallow of the London lights, and the dripping torches at almost every corner, and the handsome signboards, was the thought that here my Lorna lived, and walked, and took the air, and perhaps thought now and then of the old days in the good farmhouse. Although I would make no approach to her, any more than she had done to me, upon which grief I have not dwelt, for fear of seeming selfish, yet there must be some large chance, or the little chance might be enlarged, of falling in with the maiden somehow, and learning how her mind was set. If against me, all should be over. I was not the man to sigh and cry for love like a Romeo. None should even guess my grief, except my sister Annie. But, if Lorna still loved me, as in my heart of hearts I hoped, then would I for no one care, except her own delicious self. Rank and title, wealth and grandeur, all should go to the winds, before they scared me from my own true love. Thinking thus, I went to bed in the centre of London town, and was bitten so grievously by creatures whose name is Legion, mad with the delight of getting a wholesome farmer among them, that verily I was ashamed to walk in the courtly paths of the town next day, having lumps upon my face the size of a pickling walnut. The landlord said that this was nothing, and that he expected in 2 days at the most a very fresh young Irishman, for whom they would all forsake me. Nevertheless I declined to wait, unless he could find me a hayrick to sleep in, for the insects of grass only tickle. He assured me that no hayrick could now be found in London, upon which I was forced to leave him, and with mutual esteem we parted. The next night I had better luck, being introduced to a decent widow, of very high Scotch origin. That house was swept and garnished so, that not a bit was left to eat, for either man or insect. The change of air having made me hungry, I wanted something after supper, being quite ready to pay for it, and showing my purse as a symptom. But the face of Widow McAllister, when I proposed to have some more food, was the thing to be drawn, if it could be drawn further, by our new caricaturist. Therefore I left her also, for liefer would I be eaten myself than have nothing to eat, and so I came back to my old furrier, the which was a thoroughly hearty man, and welcomed me to my room again, with 2 shillings added to the rent, in the joy of his heart at seeing me. Being under parole to Master Stickles, I only went out betwixt certain hours, because I was accounted as liable to be called upon, for what purpose I knew not, but hoped it might be a good one. I felt it a loss and a hindrance to me that I was so bound to remain at home during the sessions of the courts of law, for thereby the chance of ever beholding Lorna was very greatly contracted, if not altogether annihilated. For these were the very hours in which the people of fashion and the high world were wont to appear to the rest of mankind, so as to encourage them. And of course, by this time, the Lady Lorna was high among people of fashion, and was not likely to be seen out of fashionable hours. It is true that there were some places of expensive entertainment, at which the better sort of mankind might be seen and studied, in their hours of relaxation, by those of the lower order, who could pay sufficiently. But alas, my money was getting low, and the privilege of seeing my betters was more and more denied to me, as my cash drew shorter. For a man must have a good coat at least, and the pockets not wholly empty, before he can look at those whom God has created for his ensample. Hence, and from many other causes, part of which was my own pride, it happened that I abode in London betwixt a month and 5 weeks' time, ere ever I saw Lorna. It seemed unfit that I should go and waylay her and spy on her, and say, or mean to say, Lo, here is your poor faithful farmer, a man who is unworthy of you, by means of his common birth, and yet who dares to crawl across your path, that you may pity him. For God's sake show a little pity, though you may not feel it. Such behaviour might be comely in a lovelorn boy, a page to some grand princess, but I, John Ridd, would never stoop to the lowering of love so. Nevertheless I heard of Lorna from my worthy furrier almost every day, and with a fine exaggeration. This honest man was one of those who, in virtue of their trade and nicety of behaviour, are admitted into noble life, to take measurements and show patterns. And while so doing, they contrive to acquire what is to the English mind at once the most important and most interesting of all knowledge, the science of being able to talk about the titled people. So my furrier, whose name was Ramsack, having to make robes for peers, and cloaks for their wives and otherwise, knew the great folk, sham or real, as well as he knew a fox or a skunk from a wolverine skin. And when, with some fencing and foils of inquiry, I hinted about Lady Lorna Doone, the old man's face became so pleasant that I knew her birth must be wondrous high. At this my own countenance fell, I suppose, for the better she was born, the harder she would be to marry, and mistaking my object, he took me up. Perhaps you think, Master Ridd, that because her ladyship, Lady Lorna Doone, is of Scottish origin, therefore her birth is not as high as of our English nobility. If you think so, you are wrong, sir. She comes not of the sandy Scotch race, with high cheekbones and raw shoulder-blades, who set up pillars in their courtyards, but she comes of the very best Scotch blood, descended from the Norsemen. Her mother was of the very noblest race, the Lords of Lorne, higher even than the great Argyle, who has lately made a sad mistake, and paid for it most sadly. And her father was descended from the King de Gaulle, who fought against Alexander the Great. No, no, Master Ridd, none of your promiscuous blood, such as runs in the veins of half our modern peerage. Why should you trouble yourself about it, Master Ramsack? I replied. Let them all go their own ways, and let us all look up to them, whether they come by hook or crook. Not at all, my lad. That is not the way to regard it. We look up at the well-born men, and sideways at the base-born. Then we are all base-born ourselves. I will look up to no man, except for what himself has done. Come, Master Ridd, you might be lashed from Newgate to Tyburn and back again, once a week for a 12-month if some people heard you. Keep your tongue more close, young man, or here you lodge no longer, albeit I love your company, which smells to me of the hayfield. Ah, I have not seen a hayfield for 29 years, John Ridd. The cursed moths keep me at home every day of the summer. Spread your furs on the haycocks, I answered very boldly. The indoor moth cannot abide the presence of the outdoor ones. Is it so? He answered. I never thought of that before, and yet I have known such strange things happen in the way of fur, that I can well believe it. If you only knew, John, the way in which they lay their eggs, and how they work tail foremost. Tell me nothing of the kind, I replied, with equal confidence. They cannot work tail foremost, and they have no tails to work with. For I knew a little about grubs, and the ignorance concerning them, which we have no right to put up with. However, not to go into that, for the argument lasted a fortnight, and then was only come so far as to begin again, Master Ramsack soon convinced me of the things I already knew, the excellence of Lorna's birth, as well as her lofty place at the court, and beauty, and wealth, and elegance. But all these only made me sigh, and wish that I were born to them. From Master Ramsack I discovered that the nobleman to whose charge Lady Lorna had been committed, by the court of Chancery, was Earl Brandir of Lochawe, her poor mother's uncle. For the Countess of Doune was a daughter and only child of the last Lord Lorne, whose sister had married Sir Ensor Doone, while he himself had married the sister of Earl Brandir. This nobleman had a country house near the village of Kensington, and here his niece dwelled with him when she was not in attendance on Her Majesty the Queen, who had taken a liking to her. Now since the king had begun to attend the celebration of Mass in the chapel at Whitehall, and not at Westminster Abbey, as our gossips had averred, he had given order that the door should be thrown open, so that all who could make interest to get into the antechamber might see this form of worship. Master Ramsack told me that Lorna was there almost every Sunday, their Majesties being most anxious to have the presence of all the nobility of the Catholic persuasion, so as to make a goodly show. And the worthy furrier, having influence with the doorkeepers, kindly obtained admittance for me one Sunday into the antechamber. Here I took care to be in waiting, before the royal procession entered. But being unknown, and of no high rank, I was not allowed to stand forward among the better people, but ordered back into a corner very dark and dismal, the verger remarking with a grin that I could see over all the heads, and must not set my own so high. Being frightened to find myself among so many people of great rank in gorgeous apparel, I blushed at the notice drawn upon me by this uncourteous fellow, and silently fell back into the corner by the hangings. You may suppose that my heart beat high, when the king and queen appeared, and entered, followed by the Duke of Norfolk, bearing the sword of state, and by several other noblemen and people of repute. Then the doors of the chapel were thrown wide open, and though I could only see a little, being in the corner so, I thought that it was beautiful. Bowers of rich silk were there, and plenty of metal shining, and polished wood with lovely carving, flowers, too, of the noblest kind, and candles made by somebody who had learned how to clarify tallow. This last thing amazed me more than all, for our dips will never come clear, melt the mutton fat how you will. And methought that this hanging of flowers about was a pretty thing. For if a man can worship God best of all beneath a tree, as the natural instinct is, surely, when by fault of climate the tree would be too apt to drip, The very best make-believe is to have enough and to spare of flowers, which to the dwellers in London seem to have grown on the tree denied them. Be that as it may, when the king and queen crossed the threshold, a mighty flourish of trumpets arose, and a waving of banners. The knights of the Garter, whoever they be, were to attend that day in state, and some went in and some stayed out, and it made me think of the difference betwixt the ewes and the wethers. For the ewes will go wherever you lead them, but the wethers will not, having strong opinions, and meaning to abide by them. And one man I noticed was of the wethers, to wit, the Duke of Norfolk, who stopped outside with the sword of state, like a beetle with a rapping-rod. This is taken more to tell than the time it happened in. For after all the men were gone in, some to this side, some to that, according to their feelings, a number of ladies, beautifully dressed, being of the queen's retinue, began to enter, and were stared at 3 times as much as the men had been. And indeed they were worth looking at, which men never are to my ideas, when they trick themselves with gewgaws. But none was so well worth eye service as my own beloved Lorna. She entered modestly and shyly, with her eyes upon the ground, knowing the rudeness of the gallants, and the large sum she was priced at. Her dress was of the purest white, very sweet and simple, without a line of ornament, for she herself adorned it. The way she walked, and touched her skirt, rather than seemed to hold it up, with a white hand beaming 1 red rose, this and her stately supple neck, and the flowing of her hair would show, at a distance of 100 yards, that she could be none but Lorna Doone. Lorna Doone of my early love, in the days when she blushed for her name before me by reason of dishonesty. But now, the Lady Lorna Dugal, as far beyond reproach as above my poor affection. All my heart, and all my mind, gathered themselves upon her. Would she see me, or would she pass? Was there instinct in our love? By some strange chance, she saw me, or was it through our destiny? While with eyes kept sedulously on the marble floor, to shun the weight of admiration thrust too boldly on them, while with shy quick steps she passed, someone, perhaps with purpose, trod on the skirt of her clear white dress. With a quickness taught her by many a scene of danger, she looked up, and her eyes met mine. As I gazed upon her, steadfastly, yearningly, yet with some reproach, and more of pride than humility, she made me one of the courtly bows which I do so much detest. Yet even that was sweet and graceful when my Lorna did it. But the colour of her pure clear cheeks was nearly as deep as that of my own, when she went on for the religious work, and the shining of her eyes was owing to an unpaid debt of tears. Upon the whole I was satisfied. Lorna had seen me, and had not, according to the phrase of the high world then, even tried to cut me. Whether this low phrase is born of their own stupid meanness, or whether it comes of necessity exercised on a man without money, I know not, and I care not. But one thing I know right well, any man who cuts a man, except for vice or meanness, should be quartered without quarter. All these proud thoughts rose within me, as the lovely form of Lorna went inside, and was no more seen. And then I felt how coarse I was, how apt to think strong thoughts, and so on, without brains to bear me out, even as a hen's egg, laid without enough of lime, and looking only a poor jelly. Nevertheless I waited on, as my usual manner is. For to be beaten while running away is 10 times worse than to face it out and take it and have done with it. So at least I have always found, because of reproach of conscience, and all the things those clever people carried on inside, at large, made me long for our Parson Bowden, that he might know how to act. While I stored up in my memory enough to keep our parson going through 6 pipes on a Saturday night, to have it as right as could be the next day, a lean man with a yellow beard, too thin for a good Catholic, which religion always fattens, came up to me, working sideways, in the manner of a female crab. "This is not to my liking," I said. "If aught thou hast, speak plainly, while they make that horrible noise inside." Nothing had this man to say, but with many sighs, because I was not of the proper faith, he took my reprobate hand to save me, and with several religious tears, looked up at me, and winked with one eye. Although the skin of my palms was thick, I felt a little suggestion there, as of a gentle leaf in spring, fearing to seem too forward. I paid the man, and he went, happy, for the standard of heretical silver is purer than that of the Catholics. Then I lifted up my little billet, and in that dark corner read it, with a strong rainbow of colours coming from the angled light. And in mine eyes there was enough to make rainbow of strongest sun, as my anger clouded off. Not that it began so well, but then in my heart I knew, ere 3 lines were through me, that I was with all heart loved, and beyond that who may need? The darling of my life went on, as if I were of her own rank, even better than she was, and she dotted her I's and crossed her T's, as if I were at least a schoolmaster. All of it was done in pencil, but as plain could be. In my coffin it shall lie, with my ring and something else. Therefore I will not expose it to every man who buys this book, and haply thinks that he has bought me to the bottom of my heart. Enough for men of gentle birth, who are never inquisitive, that my love told me, in her letter, just to come and see her. I ran away and could not stop. To behold even her at the moment would have dashed my fancy's joy. Yet my brain was so amiss that I must do something. Therefore to the river Thames with all speed I hurried, and keeping all my best clothes on, endued for the sake of Lorna, into the quiet stream I leaped, and swam as far as London Bridge, and ate nobler dinner afterwards. End of chapter 66. Chapter 67 of Lorna Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Anna Roberts. Lorna Doone by R. D. Blackmore. Chapter 67. Lorna is still Lorna. Although a man may be as simple as the flowers of the field, knowing when, but scarcely why, he closes to the bitter wind, and feeling why, but scarcely when, he opens to the genial sun, yet, without his questing much into the capsule of himself, to do which is a misery, he may have a general notion how he happens to be getting on. I felt myself to be getting on better than at any time since the last wheat harvest, as I took the lane to Kensington upon the Monday evening. For although no time was given in my Lorna's letter, I was not inclined to wait more than decency required. And though I went and watched the house, decency would not allow me to knock on the Sunday evening, especially when I found at the corner that his lordship was at home. The lanes and fields between Charing Cross and the village of Kensington are, or were at that time, more reasonably infested with footpads and with highwaymen. However, my stature and Holly Club kept these fellows from doing more than casting sheep's eyes at me, for it was still broad daylight, and the view of the distant villages, Chelsea, Battersea, Tyburn, and others, as well as a few large houses, among the hams and toward the river, made it seem less lonely. Therefore I sang a song in the broadest Exmoor dialect, which caused no little amazement in the minds of all who met me. When I came to Earl Brandier's house, my natural modesty forbade me to appear at the door for guests, therefore I went to the entrance for servants and retainers. Here, to my great surprise, who should come and let me in but little Gwenny Carfax, whose very existence had almost escaped my recollection. Her mistress, no doubt, had seen me coming, and sent her to save trouble. But when I offered to kiss Gwenny, in my joy and comfort to see a farmhouse face again, she looked ashamed, and turned away, and would hardly speak to me. I followed her to a little room, furnished very daintily, and there she ordered me to wait, in a most ungracious manner. Well, thought I, if the mistress and the maid are alike in temper, better it had been for me to abide at Master Ramsack's. But almost ere my thought was done, I heard the light quick step which I knew as well as Watch, my dog, knew mine, and my breast began to tremble like the trembling of an arch ere the keystone is put in. Almost ere I hoped, for fear and hope were so entangled that they hindered one another, the velvet hangings of the doorway parted, and with a little doubt, and then a good face put on it, Lorna, in her perfect beauty, stood before the crimson folds, and her dress was all pure white, and her cheeks were rosy pink, and her lips were scarlet. Like a maiden, with skill and sense checking violent impulse, she stayed there for one moment only, just to be admired, and then like a woman she came to me, seeing how alarmed I was. The hand she offered me I took, and raised it to my lips with fear, as a thing too good for me. "Is that all?" she whispered, and then her eyes gleamed up at me, and in another instant she was weeping on my breast. "Darling Lorna, Lady Lorna!" I cried in astonishment, yet unable to keep her closer to me, and closer. "Surely, though I love you so, this is not as it should be." "Yes, it is, John, yes it is. Nothing else should ever be. Oh, why have you behaved so?" "I am behaving," I replied, "to the very best of my ability. There is no other man in the world could hold you so without kissing you." "Then why don't you do it, John? asked Lorna, looking up at me, with a flash of her old fun. Now this matter, proverbially, is not for discussion and repetition. Enough that we said nothing more than, "Oh, John, how glad I am," and "Lorna, Lorna, Lorna," for about 5 minutes. Then my darling drew back proudly, with blushing cheeks, and tear-bright eyes. She began to cross-examine me. "Master John Ridd, you shall tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I have been in Chancery, sir, and can detect a story. Now why have you never, for more than a 12-month, taken the smallest notice of your old friend, Mistress Lorna Doone?" Although she spoke in this lightsome manner, as if it made no difference, I saw that her quick heart was moving, and the flash of her eyes controlled. "Simply for this cause," I answered, "that my old friend and true love took not the smallest heed of me, nor knew I where to find her." "What?" cried Lorna, and nothing more, being overcome with wondering, and much inclined to fall away but for my assistance. I told her, over and over again, that not a single syllable of any message from her, or tidings of her welfare, had reached me, or any one of us, since the letter she left behind, except by soldiers' gossip. "Oh, you poor dear John," said Lorna, sighing at thought of my misery, "how wonderfully good of you, thinking of me as you must have done, not to marry that little plain thing, or perhaps I should say that lovely creature, for I have never seen her, Mistress Ruth, I forget her name, but something like a towel." "Ruth Huckaback is a worthy maid," I answered with some dignity, "and she alone of all our world, except indeed poor Annie, has kept her confidence in you, and told me not to dread your rank, but trust your heart, Lady Lorna." "Then Ruth is my best friend," she answered, "and is worthy of you, dear John. And now remember one thing, dear. If God should part us, as may be by nothing short of death, try to marry that little Ruth when you cease to remember me. And now for the head traitor. I have often suspected it, but she looks me in the face, and wishes fearful things which I cannot repeat." With these words she moved an implement such as I had not seen before, and which made a ringing noise at a serious distance. And before I had ceased wondering, for if such things go on, we might ring the church bells while sitting in our back kitchen, little Gwenny Carfax came, with a grave and sullen face. "Gwenny," began my Lorna, in a tone of high rank and dignity, "go and fetch the letters which I gave you at various times, for dispatch to Mistress Ridd." "How can I fetch them when they are gone? It be no use for him to tell no lies." "Now, Gwenny, can you look at me?" I asked, very sternly, for the matter was no joke to me after a year's unhappiness. "I don't want to look at 'ee. What should I look at a young man for, although he did offer to kiss me?" I saw the spite and impudence of this last remark, and so did Lorna, although she could not quite refrain from smiling. "Now, Gwenny, not to speak of that," said Lorna, very demurely, "if you thought it honest to keep the letters, was it honest to keep the money?" At this the Cornish maiden broke into a rage of honesty. "I put the money before 'ee. 'Ee shall have every farden of it," and so she flung out of the room. "And, Gwenny," said Lorna very softly, following under the door-hangings, "if it's not honest to keep the money, it is not honest to keep the letters, which would have been worth more than any gold to those who were so kind to you. Your father shall know the whole, Gwenny, unless you tell the truth." "Now, I will tell all the truth," this strange maiden answered, talking to herself, at least as much to her mistress, while she went out of sight and hearing. And then I was so glad at having my own Lorna once again, cleared of all contempt for us, and true to me through all of it, that I would have forgiven Gwenny for treason or even forgery. "I trusted her so much," said Lorna, in her old ill-fortuned way, "and look how she has deceived me. That is why I love you, John, setting other things aside, because you never told me falsehood, and you never could, you know." "Well, I am not so sure of that. I think I could tell any lie, to have you, darling, all my own." "Yes, and perhaps it might be right, to other people besides us two, but you could not do it to me, John. You never could do it to me, you know." Before I quite perceived my way to the bottom of the distinction, although beyond a doubt a valid one, Gwenny came back with a leathern bag, and tossed it upon the table. Not a word did she vouchsafe to us, but stood there, looking injured. "Go and get your letters, John," said Lorna very gravely, "or at least your mother's letters, made of messages to you. As for Gwenny, she shall go before Lord Justice Jeffreys." I knew that Lorna meant it not, but thought that the girl deserved a frightening, as indeed she did. But we both mistook the courage of this child of Cornwall. She stepped upon a little round thing, in the nature of a stool, such as I never had seen before, and thus delivered her sentiments. And you may take me, if you please, before the great Lord Jeffreys. I have done no more than duty, though I did it crookedly, and told a heap of lies for your sake, and pretty gratitude I gets. Much gratitude you have shown, replied Lorna, to Master Ridd, for all his kindness and his goodness to you. Who was it that went down, at the peril of his life, and brought your father to you, when you had lost him for months and months? Who was it? Answer me, Gwenny. Girt Jan Ridd, said the handmaid, very sulkily. What made you treat me so, little Gwenny? I asked, for Lorna would not ask, lest the reply should vex me. Because 'ee beest below her so. Her shanna have a poor farmering chap, not even if her were a Carnishman. All her land and all her birth, and who be you, I'd like to know? Gwenny, you may go, said Lorna, reddening with quiet anger, and remember that you come not near me for the next 3 days. It is the only way to punish her, she continued to me when the maid was gone, in a storm of sobbing and weeping. Now for the next 3 days she will scarcely touch a morsel of food, and scarcely do a thing but cry. Make up your mind to one thing, John. If you mean to take me, for better for worse, you will have to take Gwenny with me. I would take you with 50 Gwennys, said I, although every one of them hated me, which I do not believe this little maid does in the bottom of her heart. No one can possibly hate you, John, she answered very softly, and I was better pleased with this than if she had called me the most noble and glorious man in the kingdom. After this we spoke of ourselves and the way people would regard us, supposing that when Lorna came to be her own free mistress, as she must do in the course of time, she were to throw her rank aside, and refuse her title, and caring not a fig for folk who cared less than a fig stalk for her, should shape her mind to its native bent, and to my perfect happiness. It was not my place to say much, lest I should appear to use an improper and selfish influence. And of course to all men of common sense, and to everybody of middle age, who must know best what is good for youth, the thoughts which my Lorna entertained would be enough to prove her madness. Not that we could not keep her well, comfortably, and with nice clothes, and plenty of flowers and fruit and landscape, and the knowledge of our neighbours' affairs and their kind interest in our own. Still, this would not be as if she were the owner of a county and a haughty title, and able to lead the first men of the age by her mind and face and money. Therefore I was quite resolved not to have a word to say while this young queen of wealth and beauty, and of nobleman's desire, made her mind up how to act for her purest happiness. But to do her justice, this was not the first thing she was thinking of. The test of her judgment was only this: how will my love be happiest? Now, John, she cried, for she was so quick that she always had my thoughts beforehand, why will you be backward, as if you cared not for me? Do you dream that I am doubting? My mind has been made up, good John, that you must be my husband, well, I will not say how long, lest you should laugh at my folly, but I believe it was ever since you came, with your stockings off, and the loaches. Right early for me to make up my mind, but you know that you made up yours, John, and of course I knew it, and that had a great effect on me. Now, after all this age of loving, shall a trifle sever us? I told her that it was no trifle, but a most important thing, to abandon wealth and honour and the brilliance of high life, and be despised by every one for such abundant folly. Moreover, that I should appear a knave for taking advantage of her youth and boundless generosity, and ruining, as men would say, a noble maid by my selfishness. And I told her outright, having worked myself up by my own conversation, that she was bound to consult her guardian, and that without his knowledge I would come no more to see her. Her flash of pride at these last words made her look like an empress, and I was about to explain myself better, but she put forth her hand and stopped me. I think that condition should rather have proceeded from me. You are mistaken, Master Ridd, in supposing that I would think of receiving you in secret. It was a different thing in Glen Doone, where all except yourself were thieves, and when I was but a simple child, and oppressed with constant fear. You are quite right in threatening to visit me thus no more, but I think you might have waited for an invitation, sir. And you are quite right, Lady Lorna, in pointing out my presumption. It is a fault that must ever be found in any speech of mine to you. This I said so humbly, not with any bitterness, for I knew that I had gone too far, and made her so polite a bow that she forgave me in a moment, and we begged each other's pardon. Now, will you allow me just to explain my own view of this matter, John? Said she, once more my darling. It may be a very foolish view, but I shall never change it. Please not to interrupt me, dear, until you have heard me to the end. In the first place, it is quite certain that neither you nor I can be happy without the other. then what stands between us? Worldly position and nothing else. I have no more education than you have, John Ridd. Nay, and not so much. My birth and ancestry are not one whit more pure than yours, although they may be better known. Your descent from ancient freeholders, for 25 generations of good honest men, although you bear no coat of arms, is better than the lineage of 9 proud English noblemen out of every 10 I meet with. In manners, though your mighty strength, and hatred of any meanness, sometimes break out in violence, of which I must try to cure you, dear, in manners, if kindness, and gentleness, and modesty are the true things wanted, you are immeasurably above any of our court gallants, who indeed have very little. As for difference of religion, we allow for one another, neither having been brought up in a bitterly pious manner. Here, though the tears were in my eyes at the loving things love said of me, I could not help a little laugh at the notion of any better piety being found among the Doones, or even in mother, for that matter. Lorna smiled in her slyest manner, and went on again. Now, you see, I have proved my point. There is nothing between us but worldly position. If you can defend me against the Doones, for which I trow I may trust you, and worldly position means wealth and title, and the right to be in great houses, and the pleasure of being envied. I have not been here for a year, John, without learning something. Oh, I hate it, how I hate it! Of all the people I know, there are but 2, besides my uncle, who do not either covet or detest me. And who are those 2, think you? Gwenny, for one, I answered. Yes, Gwenny for one, and the Queen for the other. The one is too far below me, I mean in her own opinion, and the other too high above. As for the women who dislike me, without having even heard my voice, I simply have nothing to do with them. As for the men who covet me for my land and money, I merely compare them with you, John Ridd, and all thought of them is over. Oh, John, you must never forsake me, however cross I am to you. I thought you would have gone just now, and though I would not move to stop you, my heart would have broken. You don't catch me go in a hurry, I answered very sensibly, when the loveliest maiden in all the world, and the best and the dearest, loves me. All my fear of you is gone, darling Lorna, all my fear. Is it possible you could fear me, John, after all we have been through together? Now you promise not to interrupt me. Is this fair behaviour? Well, let me see where I left off. Oh, that my heart would have broken. Upon that point I will say no more, lest you should grow conceited, John, if anything could make you so. But I do assure you that half London, however, upon that point also I will check my power of speech, lest you think me conceited. And now, to put aside all nonsense, though I have talked none for a year, John, having been so unhappy, and now it is such a relief to me. Then talk it for an hour, said I, and let me sit and watch you. To me it is the very sweetest of all sweetest wisdom. Nay, there is no time, she answered, glancing at a jewelled timepiece, scarcely larger than an oyster, which she drew from her waistband, and then she pushed it away in confusion, lest its wealth should startle me. My uncle will come home in less than half an hour, dear, and you are not the one to take a side passage and avoid him. I shall tell him that you have been here, and that I mean you to come again. As Lorna said this, with a manner as confident as need be, I saw that she had learned in town the power of her beauty, and knew that she could do with most men aught she set her mind upon. And as she stood there, flushed with pride and faith in her own loveliness, and radiant with the love itself, I felt that she must do exactly as she pleased with every one. For now, in turn, and elegance, and richness, and variety, there was nothing to compare with her face, unless it was her figure. Therefore I gave in, and said, Darling, do just what you please, only make no rogue of me. For that she gave me the simplest, kindest, and sweetest of all kisses, and I went down the great stairs grandly, thinking of nothing else but that. End of chapter 67. Chapter 68 of Lorna Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Anna Roberts. Lorna Doone by R.D. Blackmore. Chapter 68. John is John no longer. It would be hard for me to tell the state of mind in which I lived for a long time after this. I put away from me all torment, and the thought of future cares, and the sight of difficulty, and to myself appeared, which means that I became the luckiest of lucky fellows since the world itself began. I thought not of the harvest even, nor of the men who would get their wages without having earned them, nor of my mother's anxiety and worry about John Fry's great fatness, which was growing upon him, and how she would cry 50 times in a day, "Ah, if our John would only come home, how different everything would look." Although there were no soldiers now quartered at Plover's Barrows, all being busied in harassing the country, and hanging the people where the rebellion had thriven most, my mother, having received from me a message containing my place of abode, contrived to send me, by the pack-horses, as fine a mound as need be of provisions, and money, and other comforts. Therein I found addressed to Colonel Jeremiah Stickles, in Lizzie's best handwriting, half a side of the dried deer's flesh, in which he rejoiced so greatly. Also for Lorna a fine green goose, with a little salt towards the tail, and new-laid eggs inside it, as well as a bottle of brandied cherries, and 7, or it may have been 8 pounds of fresh home-made butter. Moreover, to myself there was a letter full of good advice, excellently well expressed, and would have been of the greatest value, if I had cared to read it. But I read all about the farm affairs, and the man who had offered himself to our Betty for the 5 pounds in her stocking, as well as the antics of Sally Snow, and how she had almost thrown herself at Parson Bowden's head, old enough to be her grandfather, because on the Sunday after the hanging of a Countisbury man, he had preached a beautiful sermon about Christian love, which Lizzie, with her sharp eyes, found to be the work of good Bishop Ken. Also I read that the Doones were quiet, the parishes round about having united to feed them well through the harvest time, so that after the day's hard work the farmers might go to bed at night. And this plan had been found to answer well, and to save much trouble on both sides, so that everybody wondered it had not been done before. But Lizzie thought that the Doones could hardly be expected much longer to put up with it, and probably would not have done so now, but for little adversity, to wit, that the famous Colonel Kirke had, in the most outrageous manner, hanged no less than 6 of them, who were captured among the rebels. For he said that men of their rank and breeding, and above all of their religion, should have known better than to join ploughboys and carters and pickaxemen against our Lord the King and his Holiness the Pope. This hanging of so many Doones caused some indignation among people who were used to them, and it seemed for a while to check the rest from any spirit of enterprise. Moreover, I found from this same letter, which was pinned upon the knuckle of a leg of mutton for fear of being lost in straw, that good Tom Faggus was at home again, and nearly cured of his dreadful wound, but intended to go to war no more, only to mind his family. And it grieved him more than anything he ever could have imagined, that his duty to his family, and the strong power of his conscience, so totally forbade him to come up and see after me. For now his design was to lead a new life, and be in charity with all men. Many better men than he had been hanged, he saw no cause to doubt, but by the grace of God he hoped himself to cheat the gallows. There was no further news of moment in this very clever letter, except that the price of horses' shoes was gone up again, though already 2 pence farthing each, and that Betty had broken her lover's head with a stocking full of money, and then in the corner it was written that the distinguished man-of-war and worshipful scholar, Master Bloxham, was now promoted to take the tolls, and catch all the rebels around our part. Lorna was greatly pleased with the goose, and the butter, and the brandied cherries, and the Earl Brandir himself declared that he never tasted better than those last, and would beg the young man from the country to procure him instructions for making them. This nobleman, being as deaf as a post, and of a very solid mind, could never be brought to understand the nature of my thoughts towards Lorna. He looked upon me as an excellent youth who had rescued the maiden from the Doones, whom he cordially detested, and learning that I had thrown 2 of them out of window, as the story was told him, he patted me on the back, and declared that his doors would ever be open to me, and that I could not come too often. I thought this very kind of his lordship, especially as it enabled me to see my darling Lorna, not indeed as often as I wished, but at any rate very frequently, and as many times as modesty, my ever-leading principle, would in common conscience approve of. And I made up my mind that if ever I could help Earl Brandir, it would be, as we say when with brandy and water, the proudest moment of my life, when I could fulfill the pledge. And I soon was able to help Lord Brandir, as I think, in 2 different ways. First of all, as regarded his mind, and then as concerned his body, and the latter perhaps was the greatest service at his time of life. But not to be too nice about that, let me tell how these things were. Lorna said to me one day, being in a state of excitement, whereto she was over-prone, when reft of my slowness to steady her, "I will tell him, John, I must tell him, John. It is mean of me to conceal it." I thought that she meant all about our love, which we had endeavoured thrice to drill into his fine old ears, but could not make him comprehend without risk of bringing the house down, and so I said, "By all means, darling, have another try at it." Lorna, however, looked at me, for her eyes told more than tongue, as much as to say, "Well, you are a stupid. We agreed to let that subject rest." And then she saw that I was vexed at my own want of quickness, and so she spoke very kindly. "I meant about his poor son, dearest, the son of his old age almost, whose loss threw him into that dreadful cold, for he went without hat to look for him, which ended in his losing the use of his dear old ears. I believe if we could only get him to Plover's Barrows for a month, he would be able to hear again. And look at his age. He is not much over 70, John, you know, and I hope that you will be able to hear me long after you are 70, John." "Well," said I, "God settles that. Or, at any rate, he leaves us time to think about those questions when we are over 50. Now let me know what you want, Lorna. The idea of my being 70! But you would still be beautiful." "To the one who loves me," she answered, trying to make wrinkles in her pure bright forehead. "But if you will have common sense, as you always will, John, whether I wish it or otherwise, I want to know whether I am bound, in honour and in conscience, to tell my dear and good old uncle what I know about his son." "First, let me understand quite clearly," said I, never being in a hurry, except when passion moves me, "what his lordship thinks at present, and how far his mind is urged with sorrow and anxiety." This was not the first time we had spoken of the matter. "Why, you know, John, well enough," she answered, wondering at my coolness, "that my poor uncle still believes that his one beloved son will come to light and live again. He has made all arrangements accordingly, all his property is settled on that supposition. He knows that young Alan always was what he called a feckless ne'er-do-well, but he loves him all the more for that. He cannot believe that he will die without his son coming back to him, and he always has a bedroom ready, and a bottle of Alan's favourite wine cool from out the cellar. He has made me work him a pair of slippers from the size of a mouldy boot, and if he hears of a new tobacco, much as he hates the smell of it, he will go to the other end of London to get some for Alan. Now you know how deaf he is, but if any one say, 'Alan,' even in the place outside the door, he will make his courteous bow to the very highest visitor, and be out there in a moment, and search the entire passage, and yet let no one know it." "It is a piteous thing," I said, for Lorna's eyes were full of tears. "And he means me to marry him. It is the pet scheme of his life. I am to grow more beautiful, and more highly taught and graceful, until it pleases Alan to come back and demand me. Can you understand this matter, John, or do you think my uncle's mad?" "Lorna, I should be mad myself to call any other man mad for hoping." "Then what will you tell me to do? It makes me very sorrowful, for I know that Alan Brandir lies below the sod in Doone Valley." "And if you tell his father," I answered softly but clearly, "in a few weeks he will lie below the sod in London, at least if there is any." "Perhaps you are right, John," she replied. "To lose hope must be a dreadful thing, when one is turned of 70. Therefore I will never tell him." The other way in which I managed to help the good Earl Brandir was of less true moment to him, but as he could not know of the first, this was the one which moved him. And it happened pretty much as follows, though I hardly like to tell, because it advanced me to such a height as I myself was giddy at, and which all my friends resented greatly, save those of my own family, and even now are sometimes bitter, in spite of all my humility. Now this is a matter of history, because the king was concerned in it, and being so strongly misunderstood, especially in my own neighbourhood, I will overcome, so far as I can, my diffidence in telling it. The good Earl Brandir was a man of the noblest charity. True charity begins at home, and so did his, and was afraid of losing the way if it went abroad. So this good nobleman kept his money in a handsome pewter box, with his coat of arms upon it, and a double lid and locks. Moreover, there was a heavy chain fixed to a staple in the wall, so that none might carry off the pewter with the gold inside of it. Lorna told me the box was full, for she had seen him go to it, and she often thought that it would be nice for us to begin the world with. I told her that she must not allow her mind to dwell upon things of this sort, being wholly against the last commandment set up in our church at Oare. Now one evening, towards September, when the days were drawing in, looking back at the house to see whether Lorna were looking after me, I espied, by a little glimpse, as it were, a pair of villainous fellows, about whom there could be no mistake, watching from the thicket corner, some 100 yards or so behind the good Earl's dwelling. There is mischief afoot, I thought to myself, being thoroughly conversant with theft, from my knowledge of the Doones. How will be the moon to-night, and when may we expect the watch? I found that neither moon nor watch could be looked for until the morning, the moon, of course, before the watch, and more likely to be punctual. Therefore I resolved to wait, and see what those two villains did, and save, if it were possible, the Earl of Brandir's pewter box. But inasmuch as those bad men were almost sure to have seen me leaving the house and looking back, and striking out on the London road, I marched along at a merry pace, until they could not discern me, and then I fetched a compass round, and refreshed myself at a certain inn, called the Crossbones and Buttons. Here I remained until it was very nearly as dark as pitch, and the house being full of footpads and cutthroats, I thought it right to leave them. One or two came after me, in the hope of designing a stratagem, but I dropped them in the darkness, and knowing all the neighbourhood well, I took up my position 2 hours before midnight, among the shrubs at the eastern end of Lord Brandir's mansion. Hence, although I might not see, I could scarcely fail to hear, if any unlawful entrance, either at back or front, were made. From my own observation, I thought it likely that the attack would be in the rear, and so indeed it came to pass. For when all the lights were quenched, and all the house was quiet, I heard a low and wily whistle from a clump of trees close by, and then 3 figures passed between me and a whitewashed wall, and came to a window which opened into a part of the servants' basement. This window was carefully raised by someone inside the house, and after a little whispering, and something which sounded like a kiss, all 3 men entered. "Oh, you villains," I said to myself, "this is worse than any Doone job, because there is treachery in it." But without waiting to consider the subject from a moral point of view, I crept along the wall, and entered very quietly after them, being rather uneasy about my life, because I bore no firearms, and had nothing more than my holly staff for even a violent combat. To me this was matter of deep regret, as I followed these vile men inward. Nevertheless I was resolved that my Lorna should not be robbed again. Through us, or at least through our Annie, she had lost that brilliant necklace, which then was her only birthright. Therefore it behoved me doubly to preserve the pewter box, which must belong to her in the end, unless the thieves got hold of it. I went along very delicately, as a man who has learned to wrestle can do, although he may weigh 20 stone, following carefully the light, brought by the traitorous maid, and shaking in her loose dishonest hand. I saw her lead the men into a little place called a pantry, and there she gave them cordials, and I could hear them boasting. Not to be too long over it, which they were much inclined to be, I followed them from this drinking bout, by the aid of the light they bore, as far as Earl Brandir's bedroom, which I knew because Lorna had shown it to me, that I might admire the tapestry. But I had said that no horse could ever be shod as the horses were shod therein, unless he had the foot of a frog, as well as a frog to his foot. And Lorna had been vexed at this, as taste and high art always are, at any small accurate knowledge, and so she had brought me out again, before I had time to admire things. Now, keeping well away in the dark, yet nearer than was necessary to my own dear Lorna's room, I saw these fellows try the door of the good Earl Brandir, knowing from the maid, of course, that his lordship could hear nothing, except the name of Allan. They tried the lock and pushed at it, and even set their knees upright, but a Scottish nobleman may be trusted to secure his door at night. So they were forced to break it open, and at this the guilty maid or woman ran away. These 3 rogues, for rogues they were, and no charity may deny it, burst into Earl Brandir's room with a light and a crowbar and firearms. I thought to myself that this was hard upon an honest nobleman, and if further mischief could be saved, I would try to save it. When I came to the door of the room, being myself in shadow, I beheld 2 bad men trying vainly to break open the pewter box, and the third with a pistol muzzle laid to the nightcap of his lordship. With foul face and yet fouler words, this man was demanding the key of the box, which the other men could by no means open, neither drag it from the chain. "I tell you," said this aged earl, beginning to understand at last what those rogues were up for, "I will give no key to you. It all belongs to my boy Allan. No one else shall have a farthing." "Then you may count your moments, lord. The key is in your old cramped hand. 1, 2, and at 3 I shoot you." I saw that the old man was abroad, not with fear, but with great wonder, and the regrets of deafness. And I saw that rather would he be shot than let these men go rob his son, buried now, or laid to bleach in the tangles of the wood there, 3, or it might be 4 years agone, but still alive to his father. Hereupon my heart was moved, and I resolved to interfere. The thief with the pistol began to count, as I crossed the floor very quietly, while the old earl fearfully gazed at the muzzle, but clenched still tighter his wrinkled hand. The villain, with hair all over his eyes, and the great horse-pistol levelled, cried, 3, and pulled the trigger. But luckily at that very moment I struck up the barrel with my staff, so that the shot pierced the tester, and then, with a spin and a thwack, I brought the good holly down upon the rascal's head, in a manner which stretched him upon the floor. Meanwhile the other 2 robbers had taken the alarm, and rushed at me, one with a pistol, and one with a hanger, which forced me to be very lively. Fearing the pistol most, I flung the heavy velvet curtain of the bed across, that he might not see where to aim at me, and then, stooping very quickly, I caught up the senseless robber, and set him up for a shield and target, whereupon he was shot immediately, without having the pain of knowing it, and it was a happy thing for him. Now the other 2 were at my mercy, being men below the average strength, and no hanger, except in most skilful hands, as well as firm and strong ones, has any chance to a powerful man armed with a stout cudgel, and thoroughly practised in single stick. So I took these 2 rogues, and bound them together, and leaving them under the charge of the butler, a worthy and shrewd Scotchman, I myself went in search of the constables, whom, after some few hours, I found. Neither were they so drunk but what they could take roped men to prison. In the morning these 2 men were brought before the justices of the peace, and now my wonderful luck appeared, for the merit of having defeated and caught them would never have raised me 1 step in the state, or in public consideration, if they had only been common robbers, or even notorious murderers. But when these fellows were recognized, by someone in the court, as Protestant witnesses out of employment, companions and understrappers to Oates and Bedloe and Carstairs, and hand in glove with Dangerfield, Turberville, and Dugdale, in a word, the very men against whom his Majesty the King bore the bitterest rancour, but whom he had hitherto failed to catch, and when this was laid before the public with emphasis and admiration, at least 12 men came up, whom I had never seen before, and prayed me to accept their congratulations, and to be sure to remember them, for all were of neglected merit, and required no more than a piece of luck. I answered them very modestly, and each according to his worth, as stated by himself, who of course could judge the best. The magistrate made me many compliments, 10 times more than I deserved, and took good care to have them copied, that his Majesty might see them. And ere the case was thoroughly heard, and those poor fellows were committed, more than a score of generous men had offered to lend me 100 pounds, wherewith to buy a new court suit, when called before his Majesty. Now this may seem very strange to us who live in a better and purer age, or say at least that we do, and yet who are we to condemn our fathers for teaching us better manners, and at their own expense? With these points any virtuous man is bound to deal quite tenderly, making allowances for corruption, and not being too sure of himself. And to tell the truth, although I had seen so little of the world as yet, that which astonished me in the matter was not so much that they paid me court, as that they found out so soon the expediency of doing it. In the course of that same afternoon I was sent for by his Majesty. He had summoned first the good Earl Brandir, and received the tale from him, not without exaggeration, although my lord was a Scotchman. But the chief thing his Majesty cared to know was that, beyond all possible doubt, these were the very precious fellows from perjury turned to robbery. Being fully assured at last of this, his Majesty had rubbed his hands, and ordered the boots of a stricter pattern, which he himself had invented, to be brought at once, that he might have them in the best possible order, and he oiled them himself, and expressed his fear that there was no man in London quite competent to work them. Nevertheless he would try 1 or 2, rather than wait for his pleasure, till the torturer came from Edinburgh. The next thing he did was to send for me, and in great alarm and flurry I put on my best clothes, and hired a fashionable hairdresser, and drank 1/2 gallon of ale, because both my hands were shaking. Then forth I set, with my holly staff, wishing myself well out of it. I was shown at once, and before I desired it, into his Majesty's presence, and there I stood most humbly, and made the best bow I could think of. As I could not advance any farther, for I saw that the Queen was present, which frightened me tenfold, his Majesty, in the most gracious manner, came down the room to encourage me. As I remained with my head bent down, he told me to stand up and look at him. "I have seen thee before, young man," he said. "Thy form is not one to be forgotten. Where was it? Thou art most likely to know." "May it please your most gracious Majesty the King," I answered, finding my voice in a manner which surprised myself, "it was in the royal chapel." Now I meant no harm whatever by this. I ought to have said the antechapel, but I could not remember the word, and feared to keep the King looking at me. "I am well pleased," said his Majesty, with a smile which almost made his dark and stubborn face look pleasant, "to find that our greatest subject, greatest I mean in the bodily form, is also a good Catholic. Thou needest not say otherwise. The time shall be, and that right soon, when men shall be proud of the one true faith. Here he stopped, having gone rather far, but the gleam of his heavy eyes was such that I durst not contradict. "This is that great Johann Reed," said her Majesty, coming forward, because the king was in meditation, "for whom I have so much heard from the dear, dear Lorna. Ah, she is not of this black country, she is of the Brit Italier." I have tried to write it as she said it, but it wants a better scholar to express her mode of speech. "Now, John Ridd," said the king, recovering from his thoughts about the true church, and thinking that his wife was not to take the lead upon me, "thou hast done great service to the realm, and to religion. It was good to save Earl Brandir, a loyal and Catholic nobleman, but it was great service to catch 2 of the vilest bloodhounds ever laid on by heretics, and to make them shoot one another. It was rare, my lad. Now ask us anything in reason. Thou canst carry any honours on thy club like Hercules. What is thy chief ambition, lad?" "Well," said I, after thinking a little, and meaning to make the most of it, for so the Queen's eyes conveyed to me, "my mother always used to think that having been schooled at Tiverton, with 30 marks a year to pay, I was worthy of a coat of arms. And that is what she longs for." "A good lad, a very good lad," said the king, and he looked at the Queen, as if almost in joke. "But what is thy condition in life?" "I am a freeholder," I answered, in my confusion, "ever since the time of King Alfred. A Ridd was with him in the Isle of Athelney, and we hold our farm by a gift from him, or at least people say so. We have had 3 very good harvests running, and might support a coat of arms, but for myself I want it not." "Thou shalt have a coat, my lad," said the king, smiling at his own humour, "but it must be a large one to fit thee. And more than that thou shalt have, John Ridd, being of such loyal breed, and having done such service." And while I wondered at what he meant, he called to some of the people in waiting at the farther end of the room, and they brought him a little sword, such as Annie would skewer a turkey with. Then he signified to me to kneel, which I did, after dusting the board for the sake of my best breeches, and then he gave me a little tap very nicely upon my shoulder, before I knew what he was up to, and said, "Arise, Sir John Ridd." This astonished and amazed me to such extent of loss of mind, that when I got up I looked about, and thought what the Snows would think of it. And I said to the king, without forms of speech, "Sir, I am very much obliged, but what be I to do with it?" End of chapter 68.
Chapter 69 of Lorna Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by George Fairchild. Lorna Doone by R.D. Blackmore. Chapter 69. Not to be put up with. The coat of arms, devised for me by the royal heralds, was of great size and rich colors, and full of bright imaginings. They did me the honor to consult me first, and to take no notice of my advice. For I begged that there might be a good-sized cow on it, so as to stamp our pats of butter before they went to market. Also a horse on the other side, and a flock snowed up at the bottom. But the gentlemen would not hear of this, and to find something more appropriate, they inquired strictly into the annals of our family. I told them, of course, all about King Alfred, upon which they settled that 1/4 should be 3 cakes on a bar, with a lion regardant, done upon a field of gold. Also I told them that very likely there had been a Ridd in the battle fought, not very far from Plover's Barrows, by the Earl of Devon against the Danes, when Hubba their chief was killed, and the sacred standard taken. As some of the Danes are said to be buried, even upon land of ours, and we call their graves, as such they be, even to this day, barrows, the heralds quite agreed with me that a Ridd might have been there, or thereabouts, and if he was there, he was almost certain to have done his best, being in sight of hearth and home, and it was plain that he must have had good legs to be at the same time both there and in Athelney. And good legs are an argument for good arms, and supposing a man of this sort to have done his utmost, as the manner of the Ridds is, it was next to certain that he himself must have captured the standard. Moreover, the name of our farm was pure proof, a plover being a wild bird just the same as a raven is. Upon this chain of reasoning, and without any weak misgivings, they charged my growing escutcheon with a black raven on a ground of red. And the next thing which I mention, possessing absolute certainty, to wit, that a pig with 2 heads had been born upon our farm, not more than 200 years agone, although he died within a week. My third quarter was made at once by a two-headed boar with noble tusks, sable upon silver. All this was very fierce and fine, and so I pressed for a peaceful corner in the lower dexter, and obtained a wheat sheaf set upright, gold upon a field of green. Here I was inclined to pause and admire the effect, for even de Wisselhaus could not show a bearing so magnificent. But the herald said that it looked a mere signboard without a good motto under it, and the motto must have my name in it. They offered me first rid non ridendus, but I said, for God's sake, gentlemen, let me forget my Latin. Then they proposed rid readeth riddles, but I begged them not to set down such a lie, for no rid ever had made or made out such a thing as a riddle, since Exmoor itself began. Thirdly, they gave me rid never be ridden, and fearing to make any further objections, I let them inscribe it in bronze upon blue. The heralds thought that the king would pay for this noble achievement, but his majesty, although graciously pleased with their ingenuity, declined in the most decided manner to pay a farthing towards it. And as I had now no money left, the heralds became as blue as azure and as red as gules, until Her Majesty the Queen came forward very kindly and said that if His Majesty gave me a coat of arms, I was not to pay for it. Therefore she herself did so quite handsomely, and felt goodwill towards me in consequence. Now being in a hurry, so far at least as it is in my nature to hurry, to get to the end of this narrative, is it likely that I would have dwelled so long upon my coat of arms but for some good reason? And this good reason is that Lorna took the greatest pride in it, and thought, or at any rate said, that it quite threw into the shade and eclipsed all her own ancient glories. And half in fun and half in earnest, she called me Sir John so continually that at last I was almost angry with her, until her eyes were bedewed with tears, and then I was angry with myself. Beginning to be short of money, and growing anxious about the farm, longing also to show myself and my noble escutcheon to mother, I took advantage of Lady Lorna's interest with the Queen, to obtain my acquittance and full discharge from even nominal custody. It had been intended to keep me in waiting until the return of Lord Jeffreys from that awful circuit of shambles, through which his name is still used by mothers to frighten their children into bed. And right glad was I, for even London shrank with horror at the news, to escape a man so bloodthirsty, savage, and even to his friends, among whom I was reckoned, malignant. Earl Brander was greatly pleased with me, not only for having saved his life, but for saving that which he valued more, the wealth laid by for Lord Allen. And he introduced me to many great people, who quite kindly encouraged me, and promised to help me in every way when they heard how the king had spoken. As for the furrier, he could never have enough of my society, and this worthy man, praying my commendation, demanded of me one thing only, to speak of him as I found him. As I had found him many a Sunday furbishing up old furs for new, with a glaze to conceal the moss ravages, I begged him to reconsider the point, and not to demand such accuracy. He said, well, all trades had tricks, especially the trick of business, and I must take him, if I were his true friend, according to his own description. This I was glad enough to do, because it saved so much trouble, and I had no money to spend with him. But still he requested the use of my name, and I begged him to do the best with it, as I never had kept a banker. And the John Ridd cuffs, and the Sir John mantles, and the holly staff capes he put into his window, as the winter was coming on. Aye, and sold, for everybody was burning with gossip about me, must have made this good man's fortune, since the excess of price over value is the true test of success in life. To come away from all this stuff, which grieves a man in London, when the brisk air of the autumn cleared its way to Ludgate Hill, and clever prentices ran out and sniffed at it, and fed upon it, having little else to eat, and when the horses from the country were a goodly sight to see, with the rasp of winter bristles rising through and among the soft summer coat, and when the new straw began to come in, golden with the harvest gloss, and smelling most divinely at those strange livery stables, where the nags are put quite tail to tail, and when all the London folk themselves are asking about White Frost from recollections of childhood, then I say such a yearning seized me for Moray Crag, and for Dewy Blade, and even the grunting of our sheep, when the sun goes down, that nothing but the new wisps of Samson could have held me in London town. Lorna was moved with equal longing towards the country and country ways. and she spoke quite as much of the glistening dew as she did of the smell of our oven. And here let me mention, although the two are quite distinct and different, that both the dew and the bread of Exmoor may be sought, whether high or low, but never found elsewhere. The dew is so crisp and pure and pearly, and in such abundance, and the bread is so sweet, so kind and homely, you can eat a loaf and then another. Now while I was walking daily in and out great crowds of men, few of whom had any freedom from the cares of money, and many of whom were even morbid with a worse pest called politics, I could not be quit of thinking how we jostle one another. God has made the earth quite large, with a spread of land large enough for all to live on, without fighting. Also a mighty spread of water, laying hands on sand and cliff with a solemn voice in storm time, and in the gentle weather moving men to thoughts of equity. This as well is full of food, being 2/3 of the world, and reserved for devouring knowledge, by the time the sons of men have fed away the dry land. Yet before the land itself has acknowledged touch of man, upon 1 in 100 acres, and before 1 mile in 10,000 of the exhaustless ocean has ever felt the plunge of hook, or combing of the haul nets, lo, we crawl in flocks together upon the hot ground that stings us, even as the black grubs crowd upon the harried nettle. Surely we are too much given to follow the tracks of each other. However, for a moralist, I never set up, and never shall, while common sense abides with me. Such a man must be very wretched in this pure dearth of morality, like a fisherman where no fish be, and most of us have enough to do to attend to our own morals. Enough that I resolved to go, and as Lorna could not come with me, it was even worse than stopping. Nearly everybody vowed that I was a great fool indeed, to neglect so rudely, which was the proper word they said, the pushing of my fortunes. But I answered that to push was rude, and I left it to people who had no room, and thought that my fortune must be heavy, if it would not move without pushing. Lorna cried when I came away, which gave me great satisfaction, and she sent a whole trunkful of things for Mother and Annie, and even Lizzie. And she seemed to think, though she said it not, that I made my own occasion for going, and might have stayed on till winter, whereas I knew well that my mother would think, and every one on the farm the same, that here I had been in London lagging and taking my pleasure, and looking at shops upon pretence of king's business, and leaving the harvest to reap itself, not to mention the spending of money, while all the time there was nothing whatever except my own love of adventure and sport to keep me from coming home again. But I knew that my coat of arms and title would turn every bit of this grumbling into fine admiration. And so it fell out to a greater extent than even I desired, for all the parishes round about united in a sumptuous dinner at the Mother Meldrum Inn, for now that good lady was dead, and her name and face set on a signpost, to which I was invited, so that it was as good as a summons. And if my health was no better next day, it was not from want of good wishes any more than from stint of the liquor. It is needless to say that the real gentry for a long time treated my new honours with contempt and ridicule. But gradually, as they found that I was not such a fool as to claim any equality with them, but went about my farm work, and threw another man at wrestling, and touched my hat to the magistrates, just the same as ever, some gentlemen of the highest blood, of which we think a great deal more than of gold, around our neighborhood, actually expressed a desire to make my acquaintance. And when, in a manner quite straightforward, and wholly free from bitterness, I thanked them for this, which appeared to me the highest honor yet offered me, but declined to go into their company because it would make me uncomfortable, and themselves as well in a different way, they did what nearly all Englishmen do when a thing is right and sensible. They shook hands with me, and said that they could not deny but that there was reason in my view of the matter. And although they themselves must be the losers, which was a handsome thing to say, they would wait until I was a little older and more aware of my own value. Now this reminds me how it is that an English gentleman is so far in front of foreign noblemen and princes. I have seen at times a little both of one and of the other, and making more than due allowance for the difficulties of language, and the difference of training upon the whole, the balance is in favor of our people. And this because we have two weights, solid and, even in scale of manners, outweighing all light complacence, to wit, the inborn love of justice and the power of abiding. Yet some people may be surprised that men with any love of justice, whether inborn or otherwise, could continue to abide the arrogance and rapacity and tyranny of the Doones. For now, as the winter passed, the Doones were not keeping themselves at home, as in honor they were bound to do, 20 sheep a week, and 1 fat ox, and 2 stout red deer, for wholesome change of diet, as well as 60 bushels of flour, and 2 hogsheads and a half of cider, and 100 weight of candles, not to mention other things of almost every variety which they got by insisting upon it. Surely these might have sufficed to keep the people in their place, with no outburst of wantonness. Nevertheless, it was not so. They had made complaint about something, too much ewe mutton, I think it was, and in spite of all the pledges given, they had ridden forth and carried away 2 maidens of our neighborhood. Now these 2 maidens were known because they had served the beer at an alehouse, and many men who had looked at them over a pint or quart vessel, especially as they were comely girls, thought that it was very hard for them to go in that way, and perhaps themselves unwilling. And their mother, although she had taken some money, which the Doones were always full of, declared that it was a robbery, and though it increased for a while the custom, that must soon fall off again. And who would have her 2 girls now, clever as they were and good? Before we had finished meditating upon this loose outrage, for so I at least would call it, though people accustomed to the law may take a different view of it, we had news of a thing far worse, which turned the hearts of our women sick. This I will tell in most careful language, so as to give offense to none, if skill of words may help it. The following story is strictly true, and true it is that the country people rose to a man at this dastard cruelty, and did what the government failed to do. Mistress Marjorie Badcock, a healthy and upright young woman, with a good rich color and one of the finest hen roosts anywhere round our neighborhood, was nursing her child about 6 of the clock, and looking out for her husband. Now this child was too old to be nursed, as everybody told her, for he could run, say 2 yards alone, and perhaps 4 or 5, by holding to handles. And he had a way of looking round and spreading his legs and laughing, with his brave little body well fetched up, after a desperate journey to the end of the table, which his mother said nothing could equal. Nevertheless, he would come to be nursed, as regular as a clock almost, and, inasmuch as he was the first, both father and mother made much of him, for God only knew whether they could ever compass such another one. Christopher Badcock was a tenant farmer in the parish of Martinhoe, renting some 50 acres of land with a right of common attached to them, and at this particular time, being now the month of February, and fine open weather, he was hard at work plowing and preparing for spring corn. Therefore his wife was not surprised, although the dusk was falling, that Farmer Christopher should be at work in blind man's holiday, as we call it. But she was surprised, nay astonished, when by the light of the kitchen fire, brightened up for her husband, she saw 6 or 7 great armed men burst into the room upon her, and she screamed so that the maid in the back kitchen heard her, but was afraid to come to help. 2 of the strongest and fiercest men at once seized poor young Marjorie, and though she fought for her child and home, she was but an infant herself in their hands. In spite of tears and shrieks and struggles, they tore the babe from the mother's arms and cast it on the lime-ash floor. Then they bore her away to their horses, for by this time she was senseless, and telling the others to sack the house, rode off with their prize to the valley. And from the description of one of those 2, who carried off the poor woman, I knew beyond all doubt that it was Carver Doone himself. The other Doones, being left behind, and grieved perhaps in some respects, set to with a will to scour the house, and to bring away all that was good to eat, and being a little vexed herein, for the Badcocks were not a rich couple, and finding no more than bacon and eggs and cheese, and little items, and nothing to drink but water, in a word, their taste being offended, they came back to the kitchen and stamped, and there was the baby lying. By evil luck this child began to squeal about his mother, having been petted hitherto, and wont to get all he wanted by raising his voice but a little. Now the mark of the floor was upon his head, as the maid, who had stolen to look at him when the rough men were swearing upstairs, gave evidence. And she put a dishcloth under his head, and kissed him, and ran away again. Her name was Honor Josie, and she meant what was right by her master and mistress, but could not help being frightened. And many women have blamed her, as I think unduly, for her mode of forsaking baby so. If it had been her own baby, instinct rather than reason might have had the day with her. But the child, being born of her mistress, she wished him good luck, and left him as the fierce men came downstairs. And being alarmed by their power of language, because they had found no silver, she crept away in a breathless hurry, and afraid how her breath might come back to her, for oftentimes she had hiccups. While this good maid was in the oven by side of back kitchen fireplace, with a faggot of wood drawn over her, and lying so that her own heart beat worse than if she were baking, the men, as I said before, came downstairs and stamped around the baby. "Roland, is the bacon good?" one of them asked with an oath or two. "It is too bad of Carver to go off with the only prize, and leave us in a starving cottage, and not enough to eat for two of us. Fetch down the staves of the rack, my boy. What was Farmer to have for supper?" "Naught but an onion or two, and a loaf and a rasher of rusty bacon. These poor devils live so badly, they are not worth robbing." "No game? Then let us have a game of laureate with the baby. It will be the best thing that could befall a lusty infant heretic. Ride a cock-horse to Banbury Cross. Bye-bye, baby bunting. Toss him up, and let me see if my wrist be steady." The cruelty of this man is a thing it makes me sick to speak of, enough that when the poor baby fell, without attempt at cry or scream, thinking it part of his usual play when they tossed him up to come down again, the maid in the oven of the back kitchen, not being any door between, heard them say as follows: "If any man ask us who killed thee, say 'twas the Doones of Badgery." Now I think that when we heard this story, and poor Kit Badcock came all around in a sort of half-crazed manner, not looking up at anyone but dropping his eyes, and asking whether we thought he had been well treated, and seeming void of regard for life, if this were all the style of it, then having known him a lusty man and a fine singer in an alehouse, and much inclined to lay down the law, as show a high hand about women, I really think that it moved us more than if he had gone about ranting and raving and vowing revenge upon every one. End of chapter 69. Recording by George Fairchild.
Chapter 70 of Lorna Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daisy 55. Lorna Doone by R.D. Blackmore. Chapter 70. Compelled to Volunteer. There had been much trouble in our own home during the previous autumn, while yet I was in London, for certain noted fugitives from the army of King Monmouth, which he himself had deserted in a low and curious manner, having failed to obtain free shipment from the coast near Watersmouth, had returned into the wilds of Exmoor, trusting to lurk and be comforted among the common people. Neither were they disappointed for a certain of the time, nor in the end was their disappointment caused by fault on our part. Major Wade was one of them, an active and well-meaning man, but prone to fail in courage, upon lasting trial, although in a moment ready. Squire John Witchhazel, not the Baron, and Parson Powell, note, not our Parson Bowden, nor any more a friend of his. Our Parson Bowden never had naught whatever to do with it, and never smoked a pipe with Parson Powell after it. J.R. caught him 2 or 3 months before my return in Farley Farmhouse near Breedon. He had been up at our house several times, and Lizzie thought a great deal of him. And well I know that if at all that time I had been in their neighborhood, he should not have been taken so easily. John Birch, the farmer who had sheltered him, was so fearful of punishment that he hanged himself in a few days' time, and even before he was apprehended. But nothing was done to Gracie Howe, of Bridgeball, who had been Wade's greatest comforter. Neither was anything done to us, although Eliza had added greatly to mother's alarm and danger by falling upon Rector Powell, and most soundly rating him for his meanness and his cruelty and cowardice, as she called it, in setting men with firearms upon a poor helpless fugitive, and robbing all our neighborhood of its fame for hospitality. However, by means of Sergeant Boxham and his good report to us, as well as by virtue of Wade's confession, which proved of use to the government, my mother escaped all penalties. It is likely enough that good folk will think it hard upon our neighborhood to be threatened, and sometimes heavily punished, for kindness and humanity, and yet to be left to help ourselves against tyranny and base rapine. And now at last our gorge was risen, and our hearts in tumult. We have bore our troubles long, as a wise and wholesome chastisement, quite content to have some few things of our own unmeddled with. But what could a man dare to call his own, or what right could he have to wish for it, while he left his wife and children at the pleasure of any stranger? The people came flocking all around me at the blacksmith's forge, in the Breedon's alehouse, and I could scarcely come out of church, but they got me among the tombstones. They all agreed that I was bound to take the command and management. I bade them to go to the magistrates, but they said they had been too often. Then I told them that I had no wits for ordering of an armament, although I could find fault enough with one which had not succeeded. But they would hearken to none of this. All they said was, "Try to lead us, and we will try not to run away." This seemed to me to be common sense and good stuff, instead of mere bragging. Moreover, I myself was moved by the bitter wrongs of Margery, having known her at the Sunday school, ere ever I went to Tiverton, and having in those days serious thoughts of making her my sweetheart, although she was 3 years my elder. But now I felt this difficulty. The Doones had behaved very well to our farm, and to mother, and all of us, while I was away in London. Therefore it would not be shabby and mean for me to attack them now. Yet being pressed still harder and harder as, day by day, the excitement grew, with more and more talking over it, and no one else coming forward to undertake the business, I agreed at last to this, that if the Doones, upon fair challenge, would not endeavour to make amends by giving up Mistress Margery, as well as the man who had slain the baby, then I would lead the expedition and do my best to subdue them. All our men were content with this, being thoroughly well assured from experience that the haughty robbers would only shoot any man who durst approach them with such proposal. And then arose a difficult question. Who was to take the risk of making overtures so unpleasant? I waited for the rest to offer, and as none was ready, the burden fell on me, and seemed to be of my own inviting. Hence I undertook the task, sooner than reason about it, for to give the cause of everything is worse than to go through with it. It may have been 3 of the afternoon, when leaving my witnesses behind, for they prefer the background, I appeared without Lizzie's white handkerchief upon a kidney bean stick at the entrance to the robber's dwelling, scarcely knowing what might come of it. I had taken the wise precaution of fastening a Bible over my heart, and another across my spinal column, in case of having to run away, with rude men shooting at me. For my mother said that the word of God would stop a 2-inch bullet, with 3 ounces of powder behind it. Now I took no weapons, save those of the Spirit, for fear of being misunderstood, but I could not bring myself to think that any of honourable birth would take advantage of an unarmed man coming in guise of peace to them. And this conclusion of mine held good, at least for a certain length of time, inasmuch as 2 decent Doones appeared, and hearing of my purpose, offered, without violence, to go and fetch the captain, if I would stop where I was, and not being to spy about anything. To this, of course, I agreed at once, for I wanted no more spying, because I had thoroughly knowledge of all ins and outs already. Therefore I stood waiting steadily, with one hand in my pocket feeling a sample of corn for market, and the other against the rock, while I wondered to see if it's so brown already. Those men came back in a little while, with a sharp, short message that Captain Carver would come out and speak to me by and by, when his pipe was finished. Accordingly, I waited long, and we talked about the signs of bloom for the coming apple season, and the rain that had fallen last Wednesday night, and the principal dearth of Devonshire, that it will not grow many cowslips, which we were quite agreed to be the prettiest of spring flowers. And all the time I was wondering how many black and deadly deeds these 2 young innocent youths had committed, ever since last Christmas. At length a heavy and haughty step sounded along the stone roof of the way, and then the great Carver Doone drew up, and looked at me rather scornfully, not with any spoken scorn, nor flash of strong contumely, but with that air of thinking little and praying not to be troubled, which always vexes a man who feels that he ought not to be despised so, and yet knows not how to help it. "What is it you want, young man?" he asked, as if he had never seen me before. In spite of that strong loathing which I always felt at sight of him, I commanded my temper moderately, and told him that I was come for his good, and that of his worshipful company far more than my own; that a general feeling of indignation had arisen among us at the recent behaviour of certain young men, for which he might not be answerable, and for which he would not condemn him, without knowing the rights of the question. But I begged him clearly to understand that a vile and inhuman wrong had been done, and such as we could not put up with it, but that if he would make what amends he could by restoring the poor woman, and giving up that odious brute who had slain the harmless infant, we would take no further motion, and things should go on as usual. As I put this in the fewest words that would meet my purpose, I was grieved to see a disdainful smile spread on his sallow countenance. Then he made me a bow of mock courtesy, and replied as follows: "Sir John, your new honours have turned your poor head, as might have been expected. We are not in the habit of deserting anything that belongs to us, far less our sacred relatives. This insolence of your demand well nigh outdoes the ingratitude. If there be a man upon Exmoor who has grossly ill-used us, kidnapped our young woman, and slain half a dozen of our young men, you are that outrageous rude Sir John. And after all this, how have we behaved? We have laid no hand upon your farm. We have not carried off your woman. We have not even allowed you to take our queen, by creeping and crawling treacherously. And we have given you leave of absence to help your cousin the highwayman, and to come home with a title. And now, how do you requite us? By inflaming a boyish indignation at a little frolic of our young men, and by coming with some insolent demands, to yield to which would ruin us. Oh, you ungrateful viper!" As he turned away in sorrow from me, shaking his head at my badness, I became so overcome, never having quite been assured, even by people's praises, about my own goodness. Moreover, the light which he threw upon things different so greatly from my own, that, in a word, not to be too long, I feel that I was a villain, and with many bitter pangs, for I have bad things to repent of, I began in my leisure to ask myself whether or not this bill of indictment against John Ridd was true. Some of it I knew to be, however much I condemned myself, altogether out of reason. For instance, about my going away with Lorna very quietly over the snow, and to save my love from being starved away from me. In this there was no creeping, neither crawling treachery, for all was done with siding, and yet I was so out of training for being charged by other people beyond mine own conscience, that Carver Doone's harsh words came on me like prickly spinach sowed with raking. Therefore I replied and said, "It is true that I owe you gratitude, sir, for a certain time of forbearance, and it is to prove my gratitude that I am come here now. I do not think that my evil deeds can be set against your own. Although I cannot speak flowingly upon my good deeds as you can, I took your queen because you starved her, having stolen her long before, and killed her mother and brother. This is not for me to dwell upon now. Any more I would say much about your murdering of my father. But how the balance hangs between us, God knows better than thou or I, thou low miscreant Carver Doone." I had worked myself up, as I always do, in a manner of heavy men, growing hot like an ill-washed wheel revolving, though I start with a cool axle, and I felt ashamed of myself for heat, and ready to ask pardon. But Carver Doone regarded me with a noble and fearless grandeur. "I have given thee thy choice, John Reed," he said in a lofty manner, which made me drop away under him. "I always wish to do my best with the worst people who come near me, and of all I have ever met with thou art the very worst, Sir John, and the most dishonest. Now, after all my labouring to pay every man to a penny, and to allow the woman over, when among the crouched grass, which is a sad thing for the grounds, to be charged like this, I say, so amazed me that I stood, with my legs quite open, and ready for an earthquake. And the scornful way in which Sir John went to my very heart, nay, rather the chance of mischief. I did my best to look calmly at him, and to say with a quiet voice, 'Farewell, Carver Doone. This time our day of reckoning is nigh.' 'Thou fool, it is come,' he cried, leaping aside with a niche of rock by the doorway. 'Fire!' Save for the quickness of spring and readiness, learned in many a wrestling bout, that cavish trick must have ended me, but scarce was the word fire out of his mouth ere I was out of fire by a single bound behind the rocky pillar of the opening. In this jump I was so brisk at impulse of the love of life, for I saw the muzzle set upon me from the darkness of the cavern, that the men who had trained their guns upon me with good will and daintiness could not check their fingers crooked upon the heavy triggers, and the volley sang with a roar behind it down the avenue of crags. With one thing and another, and most of all the treachery of this dastard scheme, I was so amazed that I turned and ran at the very top of my speed away from these vile fellows, and luckily for me, they had not another charge to send after me, and thus by good fortune I escaped, but with a bitter heart and mind at that treacherous upset. Without any further hesitation, I agreed to take command of the honest men who were burning to punish, and destroy, those outlaws, as now beyond bearing. One condition, however, I made, namely, that the counsellor should be spared if possible, not because he was less a villain than any of the others, but that he seemed less violent, and above all, had been good to Annie, and I found hard work to make them listen to my wish upon this point. For all the Doones, Sir Counsellor had made himself most hated by his love of law and reason. We arranged that all our men should come and fall into order with pike and musket, over against our dung hill, and we settled early in the day that their wives might come and look at them, for most of these men had good wives, quite different from sweethearts, such as the militia had, women indeed who could hold to a man, and see to him, and bury him, if his luck were evil, and perhaps have no one afterwards. And all these women pressed their rights upon their precious husbands, and brought so many children with them, and made such a fuss, and hugging, and racing after little legs, that our farmyard might have been taken for an outdoor school for babies, rather than a review ground. I myself was to and fro among the children continuously, for if I love anything in the world, foremost I love children. They warm, and yet they cool our hearts, as we think of what they were, and what in young clothes we hope to be, and how many things have come across, and to see our motives moving in the little things that know not what their aim or object is, must almost, or ought at least, to lead us home and soften us. For neither end of life is home, both source and issue being God. Nevertheless, I must confess that the children were a plague sometimes. They never could have enough of me, being 100 to 1, you might say, but I had more than enough of them, and yet was not contented, for they had so many ways of talking, and of tugging at my hair, and of sitting upon my neck, not even two with their legs alike, and they forced me to jump so vehemently, seeming to court the peril of my coming down neck and crop with them, and urging me still to go faster, however fast I might go with them. I assure you that they were sometimes so hard and tyrannical over me, that I might almost as well have been among the very Doones themselves. Nevertheless, the way in which the children made me useful proved also of some use to me, for their mothers were so pleased by the exertions of the great Gigi, as all the small ones entitled me, that they gave me unlimited power and authority over their husbands. Moreover, they did their utmost among their relatives round about to fetch recruits for our little band, and by such means several of the yeomanry from Barnstaple and from Tiverton were added to our number, and inasmuch as these were armed with heavy swords and short carabines, their appearance was truly formidable. Tom Faggus also joined us heartily, being now quite healed of his wound, except at times when the wind was easterly. He was made second in command to me, and I would gladly have had him first, as more fertile in expedients, but he declined such rank on the plea that I knew most of the seat of war, besides that I might be held in some measure to draw authority from the king. Also Uncle Ben came over to help us with his advice and presence, as well as with a band of stout warehousemen whom he brought from Dulverton, for he had never forgiven the old outrage put upon him, and though it had been to his interest to keep quiet during the last attack under Commander Stickles, for the sake of his secret gold mine, yet now he was in a position to give full vent to his feelings, for he and his partners, when fully assured of the value of their diggings, had obtained from the Crown a license to adventure in search of minerals, by payment of a heavy fine and a yearly royalty. Therefore they had now no longer any cause for secrecy, neither for dread of the outlaws, having so added to their force as to be a match for them. And although Uncle Ben was not the man to keep his miners idle an hour more than might be helped, he promised that, when we had fixed the moment for an assault on the valley, a score of them should come to aid us, headed by Simon Carfax, and armed with the guns which they always kept for the protection of their gold. Now whether it was Uncle Ben, or whether it was Tom Faggus, or even my own self, for all three of us claimed the sole honor, is more than I think fair to settle without allowing them a voice. But at any rate, a clever thing was devised among us, and perhaps it would be the fairest thing to say that this bright stagman, worthy of the great Duke himself, was contributed, little by little, among the entire three of us, all having pipes and snaps and water, in the chimney corner. However, the world, which always judges according to reputation, vowed that so fine a stroke of war could only come from a highwayman, and so Tom Faggus got all the honor, at least perhaps then a third of the cost. Not to attempt to rob him of it, for robbers, more than any other, contend for rights of property, let me try to describe this grand artifice. It was known that the Doones were fond of money, as well as strong drink and other things, and more especially fond of gold, when they could get it pure and fine. Therefore it was agreed that in this way we should tempt them, for we knew that they looked with ridicule upon our rustic preparations. After repulsing king's troopers and the militia of two countries, was it likely that they should yield their fortress to a set of ploughboys? We, for our part, felt, of course, the power of this reasoning, and that where regular troops had failed, half-armed countrymen must fail, except by superior judgment and harmony of action. Though perhaps the militia would have sufficed, if they had only fought against the foe, instead of against each other. From these things we took warning, having failed through overconfidence Was it not possible now to make the enemy fail through the same self-cause? Hence, what we devised was this: to delude from home a part of the robbers, and by fall surprise on the other part. We caused it to be spread abroad that a large heap of gold was now collected at the mine of the Wizard Slough. And when this rumor must have reached them, through women who came to and fro, as some entirely faithful to them were allowed to do, we sent Captain Simon Carfax, the father of Little Guinea, to demand an interview with the counsellor, by night, and as it was secretly. Then he was to set forth a list of imaginary grievances against the owners of the mine, and to offer partly through resentment, partly through the hope of gain, to betray into their hands upon the Friday night by far the greatest weight of gold as yet sent up for refining. He was to have 1/4 part, and they to take the residue, but inasmuch as the convoy across the moors, under his command, would be strong and strongly armed, the Doones must be sure to send not less than 100 men, if possible. He himself, at a place agreed upon, and fit for an ambuscade, would call a halt, and contrive in the darkness to pour a little water into the priming of his company's guns. It cost us some trouble, and a great deal of money to bring the sturdy Cornishman into the deceitful part, and perhaps he never would have consented but for his obligation to me, and the wrongs, as he said, of his daughter. However, as he was the man for the task, both from his coolness and courage, and being known to have charge of the mine, I pressed him until he undertook to tell all the lies we required, and right well he did it too, having once made up his mind to it, and perceiving that his own interests called for the total destruction of the robbers. End of chapter 70. Recording by Daisy 55. Chapter 71 of Lorna Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daisy 55. Lorna Doone by Aura D. Blackmore. Chapter 71. A long account settled. Having resolved on a night assault, or as our undisciplined men, 3/4 of whom had never been shot at, could not fairly be expected to march up to visible musket mouths, we cared not much about drilling our forces, only to teach them to hold a musket so far as we could supply that weapon to those with the cleverest eyes, and to give them familiarity with the noise it made in exploding. And we fixed upon Friday night for our venture, because the moon would be at the full, and our powder was coming from Dulverton on the Friday afternoon. Uncle Reuben did not mean to expose himself to shooting, his time of life or risk of life being now well over, and the residue too valuable. But his counsels and his influence, and above all his warehousemen, well practised in beating carpets, were of true service to us. His miners also did great wonders, having a grudge against the Doones, as indeed who had not for 30 miles round their valley. It was settled that the yeomen, having good horses under them, should give account, with the miners' help, of as many Doones as might be dispatched to plunder the pretended gold. And as soon as we knew that this party of robbers, be it more or less, was out of hearing from the valley, we were to fall to ostensibly at the Doone gate, which was impregnable now, but in reality upon their rear, by means of my old water slide. For I had chosen 20 young fellows, partly miners, partly warehousemen and sheep farmers, and some of other vocations, but all had to be relied upon for spirit and power of climbing, and with proper tools to aid us, and myself to lead the way, I felt no doubt whatever but that we could all attain the crest where first I met with Lorna. Upon the whole, I rejoiced that Lorna was not present now. It must have been irksome to her feelings to have all her kindred and old associates, much as she kept aloof from them, put to death without ceremony, or else putting us all to death. For all of us were resolved this time to have no more shilly-shallying, but to go through with a nasty business, in the style of honest Englishmen, when the question comes to your life or mine. There was hardly a man among us who had not suffered bitterly from the miscreants now before us. One had lost his wife perhaps, another had lost a daughter, according to their ages, another had lost his favourite cow. In a word, there was scarcely any one who had not to complain of a hayrick, and what surprised me then, not now, was that the men least injured made the greatest push concerning it. But be the wrong too great to speak of, or too small to sweat about, from poor Kit Babcock to rich Master Huckaback, there was not one but went heart and soul for stamping out these firebrands. The moon was lifting well above the shoulder of the uplands when we, the chosen band, set forth, having the short cut along the valleys to foot of the Bagworthy water, and therefore having allowed the rest an hour to fetch round the moors and hills. We were not to begin our climb until we heard a musket fire from the heights on the left-hand side, where John Fry himself was stationed, upon his own and his wife's request, so as to keep out of action. And that was the place where I had been used to sit, and to watch for Lorna. And John Fry was to fire his gun, with a ball of wood inside it, so soon he had heard the hurly-burly at the Doone gate beginning, which we, by reason of waterfall, could not hear down in the meadows there. We waited a very long time, with the moon marching up heaven steadfastly, and the white fog trembling in cords and columns like a silver harp of the meadows. And then the moon drew up the fogs, and scarfed herself in white with them, and so being proud, gleamed upon the water like a bride at her looking-glass, and yet there was no sound of either John Fry or his blunderbuss. I began to think that the worthy John, being out of all danger, and having brought a counterpane, according to his wife's directions, because one of the children had a cold, must veritably have gone to sleep, leaving other people to kill or to be killed, as might be the will of God, so that he were comfortable. But herein I did wrong to John, and am ready to acknowledge it. For suddenly the most awful noise that anything short of thunder could make came down among the rocks, and went and hung upon the corners. "The signals, my lad," I cried, leaping up and rubbing my eyes, for even now, while condemning John unjustly, I was giving him right to be hard upon me. "Now hold on by the rope, and lay your quarter-staffs across, my lads, and keep your guns pointing to heaven, lest haply we shoot one another." "Us ain't never shot one another with our goons at that mark, I reckon," said an oldish chap, but as tough as leather, and esteemed a wit for his dryness. "You come next to me, old Ike. You be enough to dry up the waters now, remember. All lean well forward. If any man throws his weight back, down he goes, and perhaps he may never get up again, and most likely he will shoot himself." I was still more afraid of their shooting me, for my chief alarm in this steep ascent was neither of the water nor of the rocks, but of the loaded guns we bore. If any man slipped, off might go his gun, and however good his meaning, I being first was most likely to take far more than I fain would apprehend. For this cause, I had debated with Uncle Ben and with Cousin Tom as to the expediency of our climbing with guns unloaded. But they, not being in the way themselves, assured me that there was nothing to fear, except through uncommon clumsiness, and that as for charging our guns at the top, even veteran troops could scarcely be trusted to perform it properly in the hurry, and the darkness, and the noise of fighting before them. However, thank God, though a gun went off, no one was any worse for it. Neither did the Doones notice it in the thick of the firing in front of them. For the orders to those of the sham attack, conducted by Tom Faggus, were to make the greatest possible noise without exposure to themselves, until we, in the rear, had fallen to, which John Fry was again to give the signal of. Therefore we, of the chosen band, stole up the meadow quietly, keeping in the blots of shade and hollow of the watercress. And the earliest notice the counsellor had, or any one else, of our presence, was the blazing of the log-wood house where lived that villain Carver. It was my especial privilege to set his house on fire, upon which I had insisted exclusively and conclusively. No other hand but mine should lay a brand, or strike steel on flint for it. I had made all preparations carefully for a godly blaze, and I must confess that I rubbed my hands with a strong delight and comfort when I saw the home of that man who had fired so many houses, having its turn of smoke and blaze and of crackling fury. We took good care, however, to burn no innocent children or woman in that most righteous destruction, for we brought them all out beforehand. Some were glad, and some were sorry, according to their dispositions. For Carver had 10 or a dozen wives, and perhaps that had something to do with his taking the loss of Lorna so easily. One child I noticed, as I saved him, a fair and handsome little fellow, whom, if Carver Doone could love anything on earth besides his wretched self, he did love. The boy climbed on my back and rode, and much as I hated his father, it was not in my heart to say or do a thing to vex him. Leaving these poor injured people to behold their burning home, we drew aside, by my directions, into the covert beneath the cliff, but not before we had laid our brands to 3 other houses. After calling the women forth, and bidding them to go for their husbands, and to come and fight 100 of us. In the smoke and rush and fire they believed that we were 100, and away they ran, in consternation, to the battle at the Doone gate. "All Doone town is on fire, on fire!" we heard them shrieking as they went. 100 soldiers are burning it, with a dreadful great man at the head of them. Presently, just as I expected, back came the warriors of the Doones, leaving but 2 or 3 at the gate, and burning with wrath to crush underfoot the presumptuous clowns in their valley. Just then the waxen fire leaped above the red crest of the cliffs, and danced on the pillars of the forest, and lapped like a tide on the stones of the slope. All the valley flowed with light, and the limped waters reddened, and the fair young woman shone, and the naked children glistened. But the finest sight of all was to see those haughty men striding down the causeway darkly, reckless of their end, but resolved to have 2 lives for every one. A finer dozen of young men could not have been found in the world perhaps, nor a braver, nor a viler one. Seeing how few there were of them, I was very loth to fire, although I covered the leader, who appeared to be Dashing Charlie, for they were at easy distance now, brightly shone by the firelight, yet ignorant where to look for us. I thought that we might take them prisoners, though what good could that be, God knows, as they must have been hanged thereafter. Anyhow, I was loath to shoot, or to give the word to my followers. But my followers waited for no word. They saw a fair shot at the men they abhorred, the men who had robbed them of home, or of love, and the chance was too much for their charity. At a signal from old Ikey, who leveled his own gun first, a dozen muskets were discharged, and half of the Doones dropped lifeless, like so many logs of fire or chopping blocks rolled over. Although I had seen a great battle before, and 100 times the carnage, this appeared to me to be horrible, and I was at first inclined to fall upon our men for behaving so. But one instance showed me that they were right, for while the valleys were filled with howling and with shrieks of women, and the beams of the blazing houses fell and hissed in the bubbling water, all the rest of the Doones leaped at us like so many demons. They fired wildly, not seeing us well among the haze, bushes, and then they clubbed their muskets, or drew their swords, as might be, and furiously drove at us. For a moment, although we were twice their number, we fell back before their valorous fame, and the power of their onset. For my part, admiring their courage greatly, and counting on its slur upon manliness that two should be down upon one so, I withheld my hand awhile, for I cared to meet none but Carver, and he was not among them. The whirl and hurry of this fight, and the hard blows raining down, for now all guns were empty, took away my power of seeing or reasoning upon anything. Yet one thing I saw which dwelled long in me, and that was Christopher Babcock speeding his life to get Charlie's. How he had found out, none may tell, both being dead so long ago. But at any rate, he had found out that Charlie was the man who had robbed him of his wife and honor. It was Carver Doone who took her away, but Charlie Worth Doone was beside him, and according to cast the dice, she fell to Charlie's snare. All this Kit Babcock, who was mad, according to our measures, had discovered and treasured up, and now was his revenge time. He had come into the conflict without a weapon of any kind, only begging me to let him be in the very thick of it. For him, he said, life was no matter after the loss of his wife and child, but death was matter to him, and he meant to make the most of it. Such a face I never saw, and never hope to see again, as when poor Kit Babcock spied Charlie coming towards us. We had thought this man a patient fool, a philosopher of a little sort, or one who could feel nothing, in his quiet manner of going about, and the gentleness of his answers. When some brutes asked him where his wife was, and whether his baby had been well trussed, these had misled us to think that the man would turn the mild cheek to everything. But I, in the loneliness of our barn, had listened, and had wept with him. Therefore was I not surprised, so much as all the rest of us, when in the foremost of red light, Kit went up to Charworth Doone, as if to some inheritance, and took his citizen of right upon him, being himself a powerful man, and begged a word aside with him. What they had said aside, I not know. All I know is that without weapon, each man killed the other. And Marjorie Babcock came, and wept, and hung upon her poor husband, and died, that summer, of heart disease. Now for these and other things, whereof I could tell 1,000, was the reckoning come that night, and not a line we missed of it. Soon as our bad blood was up, I like not to tell of slaughter, though it might be of wolves and tiger, and that was a night of fire and slaughter, and of a very long-harbored revenge. Enough that ere the daylight broke upon that wan March morning, the only Doones still left alive were the Counsellor and Carver. And of all the dwellings of the Doones, inhabited with luxury, and luscious taste, and licentious, not even one was left, but all made potash in the river. This may seem a violent and unholy revenge upon them, and I, who led the heart of it, have in these my latter years doubted how I shall be judged, not of men, for God only knows the errors of man's judgments, but by that great God himself, the front of whose forehead is mercy. End of chapter 71. Recording by Daisy 55. Chapter 72 of Lorna Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daisy 55. Lorna Doone by R.D. Blackmore. Chapter 72. The Counsellor and the Carver. From that great confusion, for nothing can be broken up, whether lawful or unlawful, without a vast amount of dust, and many people grumbling, and mourning for the good old times, when all the world was happiness, and every man and gentleman, and the sun himself far brighter than since the brassy idol upon which he shone was broken. From all this loss of ancient landmarks, as unrobbed men begin to call our clearance of those murderers, we returned on the following day, almost as full of anxiety as we were of triumph. In the first place, what could we possibly do with all these women and children, thrown on our hands, as one might say, with none to protect them and care for them? Again, how should we answer to the justices of the peace, or perhaps even to Lord Jeffreys, for having, without even a warrant, taken the law into our own hands, and abated our nuance for so forcibly? And then, what was to be done with the spoil, which was of great value, though the diamond necklace came not to public light? For we saw a mighty host of claimants already leaping up for booty. Every man who had ever been robbed expected usury on his loss. The lords of the manors demanded the whole, and so did the king's commissioner of revenue at Porlock, and so did the men who had fought our battle, while even the parsons, both Bowden and Powell, and another who had no parish in it, threatened us with the just wrath of the church, unless each had tithes of the whole of it. Now this was not as it ought to be, and it seemed as if by the burning nest of robbers we had but hatched their eggs, until being made sole guardian of the captured treasure, by reason of my known honesty, I hit upon a plan, which gave very little satisfaction, yet carried this advantageous, that the grumblers argued against one another, and for the most part came to blows, which renewed their good will to me, as being abused by the adversary. And my plan was no more than this: not to pay a farthing to lord of manor, parson, or even king's commissioner, but after making good some of the recent and proven losses, where the men could not afford to lose, to pay the residue, which might be worth some £50,000, into the exchequer at Westminster, and then let all the claimants file what wills they pleased in Chancery. Now this was a very noble device, for the mere name of Chancery, and the high repute of the fees therein, and low repute of the lawyers, and the comfortable knowledge that the wool sack itself is the golden fleece, absorbing gold forever, if the standard be but pure, consideration of these things staved off at once the lords of the manors, and all the little farmers, and even those whom most I feared, viz. the parsons. And the king's commissioner was compelled to profess himself contented, although of all he was most aggrieved, for his pickings would have been godly. Moreover, by this plan I made, although I never thought of that, a mighty friend worth all the enemies, whom the loss of money moved. The first man now in the kingdom, by virtue perhaps of energy rather than of excellence, was the great Lord Jeffreys, appointed the head of the equity, as well as the law of the realm, for his kindness in hanging 500 people without the mere brief of trial. 9 out of 10 of these people were innocent, it was true, but that proved the merit of the Lord Chief Justice so much the greater for hanging them, as showing what might be expected of him, when he truly got hold of a guilty man. Now the king had been the force of this argument, and not being without gratitude for a high-seasoned dish of cruelty, had prompted the only man in England combining the gifts of both butcher and cook. Nevertheless, I do beg you all to believe me, and I think that, after following me so long, you must believe it, that I did not even know at the time of Lord Geoffrey's high promotion. Not that my knowledge of this would have led me to act otherwise in the matter, for my object was to pay into an office, and not to any official. Neither, if I had known the fact, could I have seen its bearing upon the receipt of my money, for the king's exchequer is, misomith, of the common law, while Chancery is of equity, and well named for its many chances. But the true result of the thing was this: Lord Jeffreys, being now head of the law, and almost head of the kingdom, got possession of that money, and was kindly pleased with it. And this met our second difficulty, for the law, having won and laughed over the spoil, must have injured its own tithe by impugning our legality. Next, with regard to the women and children, we were long in a state of perplexity. We did our very best at the farm, and so did many others to provide for them, until they should manage about their own substance. And after a while this trouble went, as nearly all troubles go with trying. Some of the women were taken back by their parents, or their husbands, or may be their sweethearts, and those who failed of this went forth, some upon their own account to the New World plantations, where the fairer sex is valuable, and some to English cities, and the plainer ones to field work. And most of the children went with their mothers, or were bound apprentices. Only Carver Doone's handsome child had lost his mother, and stayed with me. This boy went about with me everywhere. He had taken as much of liking to me, first showing in his eyes by the firelight, as his father had of hated. And I, perceiving his noble courage, scorn of lies, and high spirit, became almost as fond of N.C. as he was of me. He told us that his name was N.C., meant for Ensor, I suppose, from his father's grandfather, the old Sir Ensor Doone, and this boy appeared to be Carver's heir, having been born in wedlock, contrary to the general manner and custom of the Doones. However, although I loved the poor child, I could not help feeling very uneasy about the escape of his father, the savage and brutal Carver. This man was left to roam the country, homeless, fatherless, and desperate, with his giant strength and great skill in arms, and the whole world to be revenged upon. For his escape the manners, as I shall show, were unanswerable. But of the counsellor's safe departure the burden lay on myself alone, and inasmuch as there are people who consider themselves ill-used, unless one tells them everything, straitened through I am for space, I will glance at this transaction. After the desperate charge of young Doones had been met by us, and broken, and just as poor Kit Babcock died in the arms of the dead Charlie, I happened to descry a patch of white on the grass of the meadow, like the head of a sheep after washing day. Observing with some curiosity how carefully this white thing moved along the bars of the darkness betwixt the panels of firelight, I ran up to intercept it, before it reached the little postern which we used to call Guinea's door. Perceiving me, the white thing stopped, and was for making back again, but I ran up at full speed, and lo, it was the flowing silvery hair of that sage the counsellor, who was scuttling away upon all fours, but now rose and confronted me. "John," he said, "Sir John, you will not play falsely with your ancient friend, among these violent fellows. I look to you to protect me, John." "Honored sir, you are right," I replied. "But surely that posture was unworthy of yourself and your many resources. It is my intention to let you go free." "I knew it. I could have sworn to it. You are a noble fellow, John. I said so from the very first. You are a noble fellow, and an ornament to any rank. But upon two conditions," I added, gently taking him by the arm, for instead of displaying any desire to commune with my nobility, he was edging away toward the postern. "The first is that you tell me truly, for now it can matter to none of you, who it was that slew my father." "I will tell you truly and frankly, John, however painful to me to confess it. It was my son Carver." "I thought as much, or I felt as much all along," I answered. "But the fault was none of yours, sir, for you were not even present. If I had been there, it would not have happened. I am always opposed to violence, therefore let me haste away. This scene is against my nature." "You shall go directly, Sir Counsellor, after meeting my other condition, which is, that you place in my hands Lady Lorna's diamond necklace." "Ah, how often I have wished," said the old man with a heavy sigh, "that it might yet be in my power to ease my mind in that respect, and to do a thoroughly good deed by lawful restitution." "Then try to have it in your power, sir. Surely, with my encouragement, you might summon resolution." "Alas, John, the resolution has been ready long ago, but the thing is not in my possession. Carver, my son, who slew your father, upon him you will find the necklace. What are jewels to me, young man, at my time of life? Baubles and trash? I detest them, from the sins they have led me to answer for. When you come to my age, good Sir John, you will scorn all jewels, and care only for a pure and bright conscience. Ah, let me go. I have made my peace with God." He looked so hoary, and so silvery, and serene in the moonlight, that verily I must have believed him, if he had not drawn in his breast. But I happen to have noticed that when an honest man gives vent to noble and gentle sentiments, he spreads his breast, and throws it out as if his heart was swelling, whereas I had seen this old gentleman draw in his breast more than once, as if it happened to contain better goods than sentiment. "Will you applaud me, kind sir?" I said, keeping him very tight all the while, "if I place it in your power to ratify your peace with God? The pledge is upon your heart, no doubt, for there it lies at this moment." With these words, and some apology for having recourse to strong measures, I thrust my hand inside his waistcoat, and threw forth Lorna's necklace, purely sparkling in the moonlight, like the dancing of new stars. The old man made a stab at me with a knife which I had not espied, but the vicious onset failed, and then he knelt, and clasped his hands. "Oh, for God's sake, John, my son, rob me not in that manner. They belong to me, and I love them so, I would give almost my life for them. There's one jewel I can look at for hours, and see all the lights of heaven in it, which I never shall see elsewhere. Oh, my wretched, wicked life! Oh, John, I am a sad hypocrite. But give me back my jewels, or else kill me here. I am a babe in your hands, but I must have back my jewels." As his beautiful white hair fell away from his noble forehead, like a silver wreath of glory, and his powerful face, for once, was moved with real emotion, I was so amazed and overcome by the grand contradictions of nature, that verily I was on the point of giving him back the necklace. But honestly, which is said to be the first instinct of all the Ridds, although myself never found it so, happened here to occur to me. And so I said, without more haste than might be expected, Sir Counsellor, I cannot give you what does not belong to me. But if you would show me that particular diamond which is heaven to you, I would take it upon myself the risk and the folly of cutting it out for you. And with that you must go contented, and I beseech you not to starve with that jewel upon your lips. Seeing no hope of better terms, he showed me his pet love of a jewel, and I thought of what Lorna was to me, as I cut it out with the hinge of my knife, severing the snakes of gold, and placed it in his careful hand. Another moment, and he was gone, and away through Guinea's postern, and God knows what became of him. Now as to Carver, the thing was this: so far as I could ascertain from the valiant miners, no two of whom told the same story, any more than one of them told it twice. The band of Doones which sailed forth for the robbery of the pretended convoy was met by Simon Carfax, according to arrangement, at the ruined house called the Warren, in that part of the Bagworthy forest where the river Exe, as yet a very small stream, runs through it. The Warren, as all our people know, had belonged to a fine old gentleman whom every one called the Squire, who had retreated from active life to pass the rest of his days in fishing and shooting and helping his neighbors. For he was a man of some substance, and no poor man ever left the Warren without a bag of good victuals and a few shillings put in his pocket. However, this poor squire never made a greater mistake than in hoping to end his life peacefully upon the banks of a trout stream in the green forest of Bagworthy. For as he came home from the brook at dusk, with his fly rod over his shoulder, the Doones fell upon him and murdered him, and then sacked his house and burned it. Now this had made honest people timid about going past the Warren at night, for of course it was said that the old squire walked, upon certain nights of the moon, in and out of the trunks of trees, on the green path from the river. On his shoulder he bore a fishing rod, and his book of trout flies in one hand, and on his back a wicker creel, and now and then he would burst out laughing to think of his coming so near the Doones. And now that one turns to consider it, this seems a strangely righteous thing, that the scene of one of the greatest crimes even by Doones committed should, after 20 years, become the scene of vengeance falling like hail from heaven upon them. For although the Warren lies well away to the westward of the mine, and the gold, under escort to Bristol or London, would have gone in the other direction, Captain Carfax, finding his place best suited for working out his design, had persuaded the Doones that for reasons of government the ore must go first to Barnstaple for inspection, or something of that sort. And as everyone knows that our government sends all things westward, when eastward bound, this had won the more faith for Simon, as being according to nature. Now Simon, having met these flowers of the flock of villainy, where the rising moonlight flowed through the wet work of the wood, begged them to dismount, and led them with air of mystery into the squire's ruined hall, black with fire and green with weeds. "Captain, I have found a thing," he said to Carver Doone himself, "which may help to pass the hour, ere the lump of gold comes by. The smugglers are a noble race, but a miner's eyes are a match for them. There lies a puncheon of rare spirit, with the Dutchman's brand upon it, hidden behind a broken heath. Set a man outside watch, and let us see what this be like." With one accord they agreed to this, and Carver pledged Master Carfax, and all the Doones grew merry. But Simon, being bound, as he said, to see to their strict sobriety, drew a bucket of water from the well into which they had thrown the dead owner, and begged them to mingle it with their drink, which some of them did, and some refused. But the water from that well was poured, while they were carousing, into the brimming pan of every gun of theirs, even as Simon had promised to do with the guns of the men they were come to kill. Then, just as the giant Carver arose with a glass of pure Hollands in his hand, and by the light of the torch they had struck, proposed the good health of the squire's ghost, in the broken doorway stood a press of men with pointed muskets, covering every drunken Doone. How it fared upon that I know not, having none to tell me, for each man wroth, neither thought of telling, nor whether he might be alive to tell. The Doones rushed to their guns at once, and pointed at them, but the squire's well had drowned their fire, and then they knew that they were betrayed, but resolved to fight like men for it. Upon fighting I can never dwell, it breeds such savage delight in me, of which I would fain have less. Enough that all the Doones fought bravely, and like men, though bad ones, died in the hall of the man they had murdered. And with them died poor young D. Witcher Hazel, who, in spite of his good father's prayers, had cast in his lot with the robbers. Carver Doone alone escaped, partly through his fearful strength, and his yet more fearful face, but mainly perhaps through his perfect coolness, and his mode of taking things. I am happy to say that no more than 8 of the gallant miners were killed in that combat, or died of their wounds afterwards, and adding to these the 8 we had lost in our assault on the valley, and 2 of them excellent warehousemen, it cost no more than 16 lives to be rid of nearly 40 Doones, each of whom would most likely have killed 3 men in the course of a year or 2. Therefore, as I said at the time, a great work was done very reasonably. Here were nigh upon 40 Doones destroyed, in the valley and up at the warrens, despite their extraordinary strength and high skill in gunnery, whereas of us ignorant rustics there were only 16 to be counted dead, though others might be lamed or so, and of those 16 only 2 had left wives, and their wives did not happen to care for them. Yet for Lorna's sake I was vexed at the bold escape of Carver. Not that I sought for Carver's life any more than I did for the Counsellor's, but that for us it was no light thing to have a man of such power and resource and desperation left at large and furious, like a famished wolf round the sheepfold. Yet greatly as I blamed the yeomen who were posted on their horses just out of shot from the Doone gate for the very purpose of intercepting those who escaped the miners, I could not get them to admit that any blame attached to them. But lo, he had dashed through the whole of them with his horse at full gallop, and was nearly out of shot before they began to think of shooting him. Then it appears from what a boy said, for boys managed to be everywhere, that Captain Carver rode through the Doone gate, and so to the head of the valley. There, of course, he beheld all the houses, and his own among the number, flaming with a handsome blaze, and throwing a fine light around such as he often had revelled in, when of other people's property. But he swore the deadliest of all oaths, and seeing himself to be vanquished, so far as the luck of the moment went, spurred his great black horse away, and passed into the darkness. End of chapter 72. Recording by Daisy 55. Chapter 73 of Lorna Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daisy 55. Lorna Doone by R.D. Blackmore. Chapter 73. How to Get Out of Chancery. Things at this time so befell me that I cannot tell one half, but am like a boy who has left his lesson to the master's very footfall, unready except with false excuses. And as this makes no good work, so I lament upon my lingering in the times when I might have got through a good page, but went astray after trifles. However, every man must do according to his intellect, and looking at the easy manner of my constitution, I think that most men will regard me with pity and goodwill for trying, more than with contempt and wrath for having tried unworthily. Even as in the wrestling ring, whatever man did his best and made an honest conflict, I always laid him down with softness, easing off his dusty fall. But the thing which next betided me was not a fall of any sort, but rather a most glorious rise to the summit of all fortune. For in good truth it was no less than the return of Lorna, my own darling, in wonderful health and spirits, and as glad as a bird to get back again. It would have done any one good for a 12-month to behold her face and doings, and her beaming eyes and smile, not to mention blushes also at my salutation, when this queen of every heart ran about our rooms again. She did love this, and she must see that, and where was our old friend the cat? All the house was full of brightness, as if the sun had come over the hill, and Lorna were his mirror. My mother sat in an ancient chair and wiped her cheeks, and looked at her, and even Lizzie's eyes must dance to the freshness and joy of her beauty. As for me, you might call me mad, for I ran out and flung my best hat in the barn, and kissed Mother Fry, till she made at me with the sugar nippers. What a quantity of things Lorna had to tell us, and yet how often we stopped her mouth, at least Mother, and Lizzie, and she quite as often would stop her own, running up in her joy to some one of us. And then there arose the eating business, which people now call refreshments, in these dandy-field days of our language. For how was it possible that our Lorna could have come all that way and to her own Exmoor without being terribly hungry? "Oh, I do love it all so much," said Lorna, now for the 50th time, and not meaning only the victuals. "The scent of the goose on the moors drove me wild. In the primroses under the hedges, I am sure I was meant for a farmhouse life, dear Lizzie." For Lizzie was looking saucily, just as you were meant for a soldier's bride, and for writing dispatches of victory. And now, since you will not ask me, dear mother, in the excellence of your manners, and even John has not the impudence, in spite of all his coats of arms, I must tell you a thing which I vowed to keep until tomorrow morning. But my resolution fails me. I am my own mistress. What think you of that, mother? I am my own mistress. "Then you shall not be so long," cried I, for mother seemed not to understand her, and sought about for her glasses. "Darling, you shall be mistress of me, and I will be your master." A frank announcement of your intent, and beyond doubt a true one, but surely unusual at this stage, and a little premature, John. However, what must be, must be. And with tears springing out of smiles, she fell on my breast and cried a lot. When I came to smoke a pipe over it, after the rest were gone to bed, I could hardly believe in my good luck, for here was I, without any merit, except of bodily power and the absence of any falsehood, which surely is no condemnation, so placed that the noblest man in England might envy me and be vexed with me. For the noblest lady in all the land, and the purest, and the sweetest, hung upon my heart, as if there was none to equal it. I dwelt upon this matter long and very severely, while I smoked a new tobacco brought by my own Lorna for me, and next to herself most delicious. And as the smoke curled away, I thought, surely this is too fine to last for a man who never deserved it. Seeing no way out of this, I resolved to place my faith in God, and so went to bed and dreamed of it, and having no presence of mind to pray for anything under the circumstances, I thought it best to fall asleep, and trust myself to the future. Yet ere I fell asleep, the roof above me swarmed with angels, having Lorna under it. In the morning, Lorna was ready to tell her story, and we to hearken, and she wore a dress of most simple stuff, and yet perfectly wonderful by means of the shape and her figure. Lizzie was wild with jealousy, as might be expected, though never would Annie have been so, but have praised it and craved for the pattern. And mother, not understanding it, looked forth to be taught about it. For it was strange to note that lately my dear mother had lost her quickness, and was never quite brisk, unless the question were about myself. She had seen a great deal of trouble, and grief begins to close on people as their power of life declines. We said that she was hard of hearing, but my opinion was that seeing me inclined for marriage made her think of my father, and so perhaps a little too much to dwell on the courting of 30 years agone. Anyhow, she was the very best of mothers, and would smile and command herself and be, or try to believe myself, as happy as could be in the doings of the younger folk, and her own skill in detecting them, yet with the wisdom of age, renouncing any opinion upon the matter, since none could see the end of it. But Lorna, in her bright young beauty, and her knowledge of my heart, was not to be checked by any thoughts of haply coming evil. In the morning she was up, even sooner than I was, and through all the corners of the hens, remembering every one of them. I caught her, and saluted her with such warmth, being now none to look at us, that she vowed she would never come out again, and yet she came the next morning. These things ought not to be chronicled, yet I am of such nature that, finding many parts of life adverse to our wishes, I must now and then draw pleasure from the blessed portions. And what portion can be more blessed than with youth and health and strength, to be loved by a virtuous maid, and to love her with all one's heart? Neither was my pride diminished when I found what she had done, only from her love of me. Earl Brander's ancient steward, in whose charge she had travelled with a proper escort, looked upon her as a lovely maniac, and the mixture of pity and admiration wherewith he regarded her was a strange thing to observe, especially after he had seen our simple house and manners. On the other hand, Lorna considered him a worthy but foolish old gentleman, to whom true happiness meant no more than money and high position. These two last she had been ready to abandon wholly, and had in part escaped from them, as the enemies of her happiness, and she took advantage of the times in a truly clever manner. For that happened to be a time, as indeed all times heretofore, so far as my knowledge extends, have, somehow or other, happened to be, when everybody was only too glad to take money for doing anything. And the greatest money taker in the kingdom, next to the king and queen, of course, who had due preeminence and had taught the maids of honor, was generally acknowledged to be the Lord Chief Justice Jeffreys. Upon his return from the bloody Assize with triumph and great glory, after hanging every man who was too poor to help it, He pleased his gracious majesty so purely with the description of their delightful agonies, that the king exclaimed, "This man alone is worthy to be at the head of the law." Accordingly, in his hand was placed the great seal of England. So it came to pass that Lorna's destiny hung upon Lord Jeffreys, for at this time Earl Brandir died, being taken with gout in the heart, soon after I left London. Lorna was very sorry for him, but as he had never been able to hear one tone of her sweet silvery voice, it is not to be supposed that she wept without consolation. She grieved for him as we ought to grieve for any good man going, and yet with a comforting sense of the benefit which the blessed exchange must bring to him. Now the Lady Lorna Doone appeared to Lord Chancellor Jeffreys so exceeding wealthy a ward that the lock would pay for turning. Therefore he came of his own accord to visit her and to treat with her, having heard, for the man was as big a gossip as never cared for anybody, yet loved to know all about everybody, that this wealthy and beautiful maiden would not listen to any young lord, having pledged her faith to the plain John Ridd. Thereupon our Lorna managed so to hold out golden hopes to the Lord High Chancellor, that he, being not more than 3 parts drunk, saw his way to a heap of money, and there and then, for he was not the man to daily long about anything, upon surety of a certain round sum, the amount of which I will not mention because of his kindness towards me, he gave to his fair ward permission, under sign and seal, to marry that loyal knight John Ridd, upon condition only that the king's consent should be obtained. His Majesty's well disposed towards me for my previous service, and regarding me as a good Catholic, being moved moreover by the Queen, who desired to please Lorna, consented, without much hesitation, upon the understanding that Lorna, when she became of full age and the mistress of her property, which was still under guardianship, should pay a heavy fine to the crown, and devote a fixed portion of her estate to the promotion of the Holy Catholic faith, in a manner to be dictated by the king himself. Inasmuch, however, as King James was driven out of his kingdom before this arrangement could take effect, and another king succeeded, who desired not the promotion of the Catholic religion, neither hankered after subsidies, whether French or English, that agreement was pronounced invalid, improper, and contemptible. However, there was no getting back the money once paid to Lord Chancellor Jeffreys. But what thought we of money at this present moment, or of position, or anything else, except indeed one another? Lorna told me with the sweetest smile that if I were minded to take her at all, I must take her without anything, inasmuch as she meant, upon coming of age, to make over the residue of her estates to the next of kin, as being unfit for a farmer's wife. And I replied with the greatest warmth and a readiness to worship her, that this was exactly what I longed for, but had never dared to propose it. But dear mother looked most exceedingly grave, and said that to be sure her opinion could not be expected to count for much, but she really hoped that in 3 years' time we should both be a little wiser, and have more regard for our interests, and perhaps those of others by that time. And Master Snow, having daughters only, and nobody coming to marry them, if anything happened to the good old man, and who could tell in 3 years' time what might happen to all or any of us, why perhaps his farm would be for sale, and perhaps Lady Lorna's estates in Scotland would fetch enough money to buy it, and so throw the 2 farms into one, and save all the trouble about the brook, as my poor father had longed to do many and many a time, but not having a title could not do all quite as he wanted. And then if we young people grew tired of the old mother, as seemed only too likely, and was according to nature, why we could send her over there and Lizzie to keep her company. When mother had finished and wiped her eyes, Lorna, who had been blushing rosily at some portions of this great speech, flung her fair arms around mother's neck and kissed her very heartily, and scolded her, as she well deserved, for her want of confidence in us. My mother replied that if anybody could deserve her John, it was Lorna, but that she could not hold with the rashness of giving up money so easily, while her next of kin would be John himself, and who could tell what others by the time she was 21. Hereupon I felt that after all my mother had common sense on her side, for if Master Snow's farm should be for sale, it would be far more to the purpose than my coat of arms to get it, for there was a different pasture there, just suited for change of diet to our sheep as well as large cattle. And besides this, even with all Annie's skills, and of course yet more now she was gone, their butter would always command in the market from 1 to 3 farthings a pound more than we could get for ours. And few things vexed us more than this. Whereas, if we got possession of the farm, we might, without breach of the market laws, or any harm done to any one, the price being but a prejudice, sell all our butter as snow butter, and do good to all our customers. Thinking thus, yet remembering that Farmer Nicholas might hold out for another score of years, as I heartily hoped he might, or that one, if not all, of his comely daughters might marry a good young farmer, or farmers, if the case were so, or that, even without that, the farm might never be put up for sale, I begged my Lorna to do as she liked, or rather to wait and think of it, for as yet she could do nothing. End of chapter 73. Recording by Daisy 55. Chapter 74 of Lorna Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daisy 55. Lorna Doone by R. D. Blackmore. Chapter 74. Driven Beyond Endurance. Also known as Blood Upon the Altar in other editions. Everything was settled smoothly and without any fear or fuss, that Lorna might find end of troubles, and myself of eager waiting, with the help of Parson Bowden, and the good wishes of 2 counties. I could scarce believe my fortune when I looked upon her beauty, gentleness, and sweetness, mingled with enough of humor and warm woman's feelings, never to be dull or tiring, never themselves to be weary. For she might be called a woman now, although a very young one, and as full of playful ways, or perhaps I may say 10 times as full, as if she had known no trouble. To wit, the spirit of bright childhood having been so curbed and straitened, ere its time was over, now broke forth, enriched and varied with the garb of conscious maidenhood, and the sense of steadfast love and eager love enfolding her, colored with so many tingles all her locks and words and thoughts, that to me it was the noblest vision ever to think about her. But this was far too bright to last, without bitter break, and the plunging of happiness in horror, and of passionate joy in agony. My darling in her softest moments, when she was alone with me, when the spark of defiant eyes was veiled between dark lashes, and the challenge of gay beauty passed into sweetest invitation, at such times of her purest love and warmest faith in me, a deep abiding fear would flutter in her bounding heart as of deadly fate's approach. She would cling to me and nestle to me, being scarce of coyness, and lay one arm around my neck, and asked if I could do without her. Hence, as all emotions happily, of those who are more to us than ourselves, find within us stronger echo and more perfect answer, so I could not be regardless of some hidden evil, and my dark misgivings deepened as the time drew nearer. I kept a steadfast watch on Lorna, neglecting a field of beans entirely, as well as a litter of young pigs, and a cow somewhat given to jaundice, and I let Jim Slocum go to sleep in the toilet all one afternoon, and Bill Dadds draw off a bucket of cider without so much as a by your leave. For these men knew that my knighthood and my coat of arms, and most of all my love, were greatly against good farming, the sense of our country being, and perhaps it may be sensible, that a man who sticks up to be anything must allow himself to be cheated. But I never did stick up, nor would, though all the parish bathed in me, and I whistled the same tunes to my horses, and held my plough tree, just the same as if no king nor queen had ever come to spoil my tune or hand. For this thing nearly all the men around our parts upbraided me, but the women praised me, and for the most part these are right, when themselves are not concerned. However humble I might be, no one knowing anything of our part of the country would for a moment doubt that now here was a great to-do and talk of John Ridd and his wedding, the fierce fight with the Doones so lately, and my leading of the combat, though I fought not more than need be, and the vanishing of Sir Counsellor, and the galloping madness of Carver, and the religious fear of the women that this last was gone to hell, for he himself had declared that his aim, while he cut through the yeomanry, also their remorse, that he should have been made to go thither with all his children left behind. These things, I say, if ever I can again contrive to say anything, had led to the broadest excitement about my wedding of Lorna. We heard that people meant to come from more than 30 miles around, upon excuse of seeing my statue and Lorna's beauty, but in good truth out of sheer curiosity and the love of knitting. Our clerk had given notice that not a man should come inside the door of his church without shilling fee, and women, as sure as see twice as much, must every one pay 2 shillings. I thought this wrong, and as churchwarden begged that the money might be paid into my own hands when taken. But the clerk said that was against all law, and he had orders from the parson to pay it to him without any delay. So as I always obey the parson, when I cared not much about a thing, I let them have it their own way, though feeling inclined to believe sometimes that I ought to have some of the money. Dear mother arranged all the ins and outs of the way in which it was to be done, and Annie and Lizzie, and all the Snows, and even Ruth Huckaback, who was there after great profusion, made such a sweeping of dresses that I scarcely knew where to place my feet, and longed for a staff to put by their gowns. Then Lorna came out of a pew halfway, in a manner which quite astonished me, and took my left hand in her right, and I prayed God that it were done with. My darling looked so glorious, that I was afraid of glancing at her, yet took in all her beauty. She was in a fright, no doubt, but nobody should see it, whereas I said, to myself at least, I will go through it like a grave digger. Lorna's dress was of pure white, clouded with faint lavender, for the sake of the old Earl Bender, and as simple as need be, except for perfect loveliness. I was afraid to look at her, as I said before, except when each of us said, I will, and then each dwelled upon the other. It is impossible for any who have not loved as I have to conceive my joy and pride, when after ring and all was gone and done, and the parson had blessed us, Lorna turned to look at me with her glances of subtle fun subdued by this great act. Her eyes, which none on earth may ever equal or compare with, told me such a depth of comfort, yet awaiting further commune, that I was almost amazed, thoroughly as I knew them. Darling eyes, the sweetest eyes, the loveliest, the most loving eyes. The sound of a shot ran through the church, and those eyes were filled with death. Lorna fell across my knee when I was going to kiss her, as the bridegroom is allowed to, and encouraged, if he needs it. A flood of blood came out upon the yellow wood of the altar steps, and at my feet lay Lorna, trying to tell me some last message out of her faithful eyes. I lifted her up, and petted her, and coaxed her, but it was no good. The only sign of life remaining was a spirit of bright red blood. Some men know what things befall them in the supreme time of their life, far above the time of death, but to me comes back as a hazy dream, without any knowledge of it, what I did, or felt, or thought, with my wife's arms flagging around my neck, as I raised her up, and softly put them there. She sighed a long sigh on my breast, for her last farewell to life, and then she grew so cold, that I asked the time of year. It was Whit Tuesday, and the lilacs all in blossom, and why I thought of the time of year, and the young death in my arms, God or his angels may decide, having so strangely given us enough that so I did, and looked, and our white lilacs were beautiful. Then I laid my wife in my mother's arms, and begging that no one would make a noise, went forth for my revenge. Of course, I knew I had done it. I knew who did it. There was but one man in the world, or at any rate, in our part of it, who could have done such a thing. I used the harsher words about it, while I leaped upon our best horse with bridle but no saddle, and set the heads of Kickums toward the course now pointed out to me. Who showed me the course, I cannot tell. I only know that I took it, and the men fell back before me. Weapon of no sort had I, unarmed, and wondering at my strange attire, with a bridal vest, wrought by our Annie, and red with the blood of the bride. I went forth just to find out this, whether in this world there be or be not God of justice. With my vicious horse at a furious speed, I came upon Black Barrow Down, directed by some shout of men, which seemed to me but a whisper. And there, without a furlong before me, rode a man on a great black horse, and I knew that man was Carver Doone. "Your life or mine," I said to myself, "and as the will of God may be, but we two live not upon this earth one more hour together." I knew the strength of this great man, and I knew that he was armed with a gun, if he had time to load it again, after shooting my Lorna, or at any rate with pistols, and a horseman's sword as well. Nevertheless, I had no more doubt of killing the man before me than a cock has a spitting of a heartless fowl. Sometimes, seeing no ground beneath me, and sometimes heeding every leaf and the crossing of the grass blades, I followed over the long moor, reckless whether seen or not. But only once the other man turned around and looked back again, and then I was beside a rock with a reedy swamp behind me. Although he was so far before me, and riding as hard as he might, I saw that he had something on the horse in front of him, something which needed care, and stopped him from looking backwards. In the whirling of my wits, I fancied first that this was Lorna, until the scene I had been through fell across hot brain and heart, like the drop at the close of a tragedy. Rushing there through crag and quag, at utmost speed of a maddened horse, I saw, as of another's fate, calmly, as on canvas laid, the brutal deed, the piteous anguish, and the cold despair. The man turned up the gully leading from the moor to cloven rocks, through which John Fry had tracked Uncle Ben, as of old related. But as Carver entered it, he turned around, and beheld me not 100 yards behind, and I saw that he was bearing his child, little Ensie, before him. Ensie also descried me, and stretched his hand and cried to me, for the face of his father frightened him. Carver Doone, with a vile oath, thrust spurs into his flagging horse, and laid one hand on a pistol stock, whence I knew that his slung carbine had received no bullet since the one that had pierced Lorna, and a cry of triumph rose from the black depths of my heart. What cared I for pistols? I had no spurs, neither was my horse one to need the rowel. I rather held him in that urged him, for he was fresh as ever, and I knew that the black steed in front, if he had breasted the steep ascent where the track divided, must be in our reach at once. His rider knew this, and having no room in the rocky channel to turn and fire, drew rein in the crossway sharply, and plunged into the black ravine leading up to Wizard's Slough. It is so, I said to myself, with a brain and a head cold as iron. Through the foul fiend comes from the slough to save thee. Thou shalt carve it, Carver. I followed my enemy carefully, steadily, even leisurely, for I had him as in a pitfall, whence no escape might be. He thought that I feared to approach him, for he knew not where he was, and his low, disdainful laugh came back. Laugh! He who wins, thought I. A gnarled and half-starved oak, as stubborn as my own resolve, and smitten by some storm of old, hung from the crag above me. Rising from my horse's back, although I had no stirrups, I caught a limb, and tore it, like a mere wheat awn, from the socket. Men show the rent even now, and wonder, none with more wonder than myself. Carver Doone turned the corner suddenly on the black and bottomless bog. With a start of fear he reined back his horse, and I thought he would have turned upon me. But instead of that, he again rode on, hoping to find a way around the side. Now there is a way between cliff and slough for those who know the ground thoroughly, or have time enough to search it. But for him there was no road, and he lost some time in seeking it. Upon this he made up his mind, and wheeling, fired, and then rode at me. His bullet struck me somewhere, but I took no heed of that, fearing only his escape. I laid my horse across the way, and with the limb of the oak, struck full on the forehead his charging steed. Ere the slash of the sword came nigh me, man and horse rode over, and way nigh bore my own horse down with the power of their onset. Carver Doone was somewhat stunned, and could not arise for a moment. Meanwhile I leaped on the ground and waited, soothing my hair back, and baring my arms, as though in the ring for wrestling. Then the little boy ran to me, clasped my leg, and looked up at me, and the terror in his eyes made me almost fear myself. "Ensie, dear," I said quite gently, grieving that he should see his wicked father killed, "run up yonder round the corner and try to find a pretty bunch of bluebells for the lady." The child obeyed me, hanging back and looking back, and then laughing, while I prepared for business. There and then I might have killed my enemy with a single blow, while he lay unconscious, but it would have been foul play. With a sudden and back scowl, the carver gathered his mighty limbs and arose, and looked round for his weapons, but I had put them away well. Then he came to me and gazed, being wont to frighten thus young men. "It wouldn't have harmed you, lad," he said, with a lofty style of sneering. "I have punished you enough for most of your impertinence. For the rest I forgive you, because you have been good and gracious to my little son. Go and be contented." For answer, I smote him on the cheek, lightly, and not to hurt him, but to make his blood leap up. I would not sully my tongue by speaking to a man like this. There was a level of space of sward between us and the slough, with the courtesy derived from London, and the processions I had seen. To this place I led him, and that he might breathe himself, and have every fibre cool, and every muscle ready. My hold upon his coat I loosed, and left him to begin with me, whenever he brought proper. I think that he felt that his time has come. I think he knew from my knitted muscles, and the firm arch of my breast, and the way in which I stood, but most of all from my stern blue eyes, that he had found his master. At any rate, a paleness came, an ashy paleness on his cheeks, and the vast calves of his legs bowed in, as if he were out of training. Seeing this villain as he was, I offered him first chance. I stretched forth my left hand, as I do to a weaker antagonist, and I let him have the hug of me. But in this I was too generous, having forgotten my pistol wound, and the crackling of one of my shoulder low ribs. Carver Doone caught me round the waist, with such a grip as never yet had been laid upon me. I heard my rib go. I grasped his arm, and tore the muscle out of it. Note: a far more terrible clutch than this is handed down to weaker ages of the great John Ridd. As the string comes out of an orange, then I took him by the throat, which is not allowed in wrestling, but he had snatched at mine, and now was no time of dalliance. In vain he tugged, and strained, and withered, dashed his bleeding fist into my face, and flung himself to me with gnashing jaws. Beneath the iron of my strength, for God that day was with me, I had him helpless in 2 minutes, and his fiery eyes lolled out. "I will not harm thee any more," I cried, so far as I could, for painting, the work being very furious. "Carver Doone, thou art beaten. Own it, and thank God for it, and go thy way, and repent thyself." It was all too late. Even if he had yielded to his ravaging frenzy, for his beard was like a mad dog's jowl, even if he would have owned that, for the first time in his life, he had found his master, it was all too late. The black bog had him by the feet. The sucking of the ground drew on him, like the thirsty lips of death. In our fury, we had heeded neither wet nor dry, nor thought of earth beneath us. I myself might scarcely leap, with the last spring of overlaboured eggs, from the engulfing grave of slime. He fell back, with his swarthy breast, from which my grip had rent all clothing, like a hummock of bark oak, standing out the quagmire, and then he tossed his arms to heaven, and they were black to the elbow, and the glare of his eyes were ghastly. I could not gaze and pant, for my strength was no more than an infant's, from the fury and the horror. Scarcely could I turn away, while, joint by joint, he sank from sight. End of chapter 74. Recording by Daisy 55. Chapter 75 of Lorna Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daisy 55. Lorna Doone by Aura D. Blackmore. Chapter 75. Life and Lorna Come Again. When the little boy came back with the bluebells, which he had managed to find, as children always do find flowers when older eyes see none, the only sign of his father left was a dark brown bubble upon a newly formed patch of blackness. But to the center of its pulpy gorge the greedy slough was heaving, and the sullenly grinding its weltering jaws among the flags and the sedges. With pain and ache, both of mind and body, and shame at my own fury, I heavily mounted my horse again, and looked down at the innocent N.C. Would this playful, loving child grow up like his cruel father, and end a godless life of hatred with a death of violence? He lifted his noble forehead towards me, as if to answer, "Nay, I will not." But the words he spoke were these: "Dawn," for he could never say John, "oh, Dawn, I am so glad that nasty, naughty man has gone away. Take me home, Dawn, take me home." It has been said of the wicked, not even their own children love them. And I could easily believe that Carver Doone's cold-hearted ways had scared from him even his favorite child. No man would I call truly wicked unless his heart be cold. It hurt me more than I can tell, even through all other grief, to take into my arms the child of the man just slain by me. The feeling was a foolish one, and a wrong one, as the thing has been, for I would fain have saved that man after he was conquered. Nevertheless, my arms went coldly round that little fellow. Neither would they have gone at all, if there had been any help for it. But I could not leave him there, till someone else might fetch him, on account of the cruel slog and the ravens which had come hovering over the dead horse. Neither could I, with my wound, tie him on my horse and walk. For now I had spent a great deal of blood, and was rather faint and weary, and it was lucky for me that the Kitchum had lost spirit, like his master, and went home as mildly as a lamb. For when he came towards the farm, I seemed to be riding in a dream almost, and the voices both of man and woman, who had hurried forth upon my track, as they met me, seemed to wander from a distant muffling cloud. Only the thought of Lorna's death, like a heavy knell, was tolling in the belfry of my brain. Then we came to the stable door. I rather fell from my horse than got off, and John Fry, with a look of wonder, took Ketchum's head, and led him in. Into the old farmhouse I tottered, like a weanling child, with mother in her common clothes, helping me along, yet fearing, except by stealth, to look at me. "I have killed him," was all I said, "even as he killed Lorna. Now let me see my wife, mother. She belongs to me none the less, though dead." "You cannot see her now, dear John," said Ruth Huckaback, coming forward, since no one else had the courage. "Annie is with her now, John." "What has that to do with it? Let me see my dead one, and pray myself to die." All the women fell away and whispered, and looked at me with side glances, and some sovereign, for my face was hard as flint. Ruth alone stood by me, and dropped her eyes and trembled. Then one little hand of hers stole into my great shaking palm, and the other was laid on my tattered coat. Yet with her clothes she shunned my blood, while she whispered gently, "John, she is not your dead one. She may even be your living one yet, your wife, your home, and your happiness. But you must not see her now. Is there any chance for her? For me? God in heaven knows, dear John. But the sight of you, and in this sad plight, would be certain death to her. Now come first, and be healed yourself. I obeyed her like a child, whispering only as I went, for none but myself knew of her goodness. Almighty God will bless you, darling, for the good you are doing now. Tenfold, and 1,000-fold, I prayed and I believed it when I came to know the truth. If it had not been for this little maid, Lorna must have died at once, as in my arms she lay for dead, from the dastard and murderous cruelty. But the moment I left her, Ruth came forward and took the command of everyone, in right of her firmness and readiness. She made them bear her home at once upon the door of the pulpit, with the cushion under the drooping head. With her own little hand she cut off, as tenderly as a pear is peeled, the bridal dress, so steeped and stained, and then with her dainty transparent fingers, no larger than a pencil, she probed the vile wound in the side, and fetched the reeking bullet forth, and then with the coldest water staunched the flowing of the life-blood. All this while my darling lay insensible, and as white as death, and needing nothing but her maiden shroud. But Ruth still sponged the poor side and forehead, and watched the long eyelashes flat upon the marble cheek, and laid her pure face on the faint heart, and bade them fetch her Spanish wine. Then she parted the pearly teeth, feebly clenched on the hovering breath, and poured in wine from a christening spoon, and raised the graceful neck and breast, and stroked the delicate throat, and waited, and then poured in a little more. Annie all the while looked on with horror and amazement, counting herself no second-rate nurse, and this as against all theory. But the quiet lifting of Ruth's hand, and one glance from her dark bright eyes, told Annie just to stand away, and not intercept the air so. And at the very moment when all the rest had settled that Ruth was a simple idiot, but could not harm the dead much, a little flutter in the throat, followed by a short, low sigh, made them pause, and look, and hope. For hours, however, and days, she lay at the very verge of death, kept alive by nothing but the care, the skill, the tenderness, and the perpetual watchfulness of Ruth. Luckily Annie was not there very often, so as to meddle, for kind and clever as she was, she must have done more harm than good. But my broken rib, which was set by a doctor, who chanced to be at the wedding, was allotted to Annie's care, and great inflammation ensuing, it was quite enough to content her. This doctor had pronounced poor Lorna dead, wherefore Ruth refused most firmly to have aught to do with him. She took the whole case on herself, and with God's help she bore it through. Now whether it were the light and brightness of my Lorna's nature, or the freedom from anxiety, for she knew not of my hurt, or, as some people said, her birthright among wounds and violence, of her manner of not drinking beer, I leave that doctor to determine who pronounced her dead. But anyhow, one thing is certain, sure as stars of hope above us, Lorna recovered, long ere I did. For the grief was on me still of having lost my love and lover at the moment she was mine. With the power of fate upon me, and the black cauldron of the wizard's death boiling in my heated brain, I had no faith in the tales they told. I believed that Lorna was in the churchyard, while these rogues were lying to me. For the strength of blood like mine, and power of heart behind it, a broken bone must burn itself. Mine went hard with fires of pain, being of such size and thickness, and I was ashamed of him for breaking by reason of a pistol ball in the mere hug of a man, and it fetched me down in conceit of strength, so that I was all careful of afterwards. All this was a lesson to me. All this made me very humble, illness being a thing, as yet, altogether unknown to me. Not that I cried small, or skulked, or feared the death which some foretold, shaking their heads about mortification and a green appearance, only that I seemed quite fit to go to heaven and Lorna. For in my sick, distracted mind, stirred with many tossings, like the beard in the spear of frog spawn carried by the current, hung the black and central essence of my future life. A life without Lorna, a tadpole life, a stupid head, and nobody. Many men may like such life, anchorites, fakers, high priests, and so on, but to my mind, it is not the native thing God meant for us. My dearest mother was a show, with crying and with fretting. The Doones, as she thought, were born to destroy us. Scare had she come to some liveliness, though sprinkled with tears every now and then. After her great bereavement, and 10 years' time to dwell on it, when lo, he was her husband's son, the pet child of her own good John, murdered like his father. Well, the ways of God were wonderful. So they were, and so they are, and so they ever will be. Let us debate them as we will, as ways are his, and much the same, only second hand from him, and I expected something of him, even in my worst of times, knowing that I had done my best. This is not edifying talk, as our nonconformist parson says, when he can get no more to drink. Therefore let me only tell what became of Lorna. One day I was sitting in my bedroom, for I could not get downstairs, and there was no one strong enough to carry me, even if I would have allowed it. Though it cost me some sore trouble and weariness, I had put all on my Sunday clothes, out of respect for the doctor, who was coming to bleed me again, as he always did twice a week. And it struck me that he had seemed hurt in his mind, because I wore my worst clothes to be bled in. For lie in bed I would not after 6 o'clock, and even that was great laziness. I looked at my right hand, whose gasp has been like that of a blacksmith's vice, and it seemed to myself impossible that this could be John Ridd's. The great frame of the hand was there, as well as the muscles, standing forth like the guttering of a candle, and the broad blue veins going up the back and crossing every finger. But as for color, even Lorna's could scarcely have been whiter, and as for strength, little Ensign Doone might have come and held it fast. I laughed as I tried in vain to lift the basin set for bleeding me. Then I thought of all the lovely things going on out of doors just now, concerning which the drowsy song of the bees came to me. These must be among the thyme by the sound of their great content. Therefore the roses must be in bloom, and the woodbine, and clove gillyflower. The cherries on the wall must be turning red. The yellow sally must be on the brook. Wheat must be callow with quivering bloom, and the early meadows side with hay. Yet here was I, a helpless creature, quite unfit to stir among them, gifted with no sight, no scent of all the changes that move our love and leads our hearts from mouth to mouth, along the quiet path of life. And what was worse, I had no hope of caring ever for them more. Presently a little knock sounded through my gloomy room, and supposing it to be the doctor, I tried to rise and make my bow. But to my surprise, it was little Ruth, who had never once come to visit me. since I was placed under the doctor's hands. Ruth was dressed so gaily with rosettes and flowers and what not that I was sorry for her bad manners, and thought she was come to conquer me, now that Lorna was done with. Ruth ran towards me with sparkling eyes, being rather short of sight. Then suddenly she stopped, and I saw entire amazement in her face. "Can you receive visitors, Cousin Red?" "Why, they never told me of this," she cried. "I knew that you were weak, dear John, but not that you were dying. Whatever is that basin for?" "I have no intention of dying, Ruth, and I like not to talk about it. But that basin, if you must know, is for the doctor's purpose." "What? Do you mean bleeding you? You poor weak cousin. Is it possible that he still does that?" "Twice a week for the last 3 weeks, dear. Nothing else has kept me alive." "Nothing else has killed you, nearly. There." And she set her little boot across the basin and crushed it. "Not another drop shall they have from you." "Is Annie such a fool as that? And Lizzie? Like a zany at her books, and killing her brother between them?" I was surprised to see Ruth excited, her character being so calm and quiet, and I tried to soothe her with my feeble hand, as now she knelt before me. "Dear cousin, the doctor must know best, and he says so every day. What has he been brought up for?" "Brought up for slaying and murdering. 20 doctors killed King Charles, in spite of all the women. Will you leave it to me, John? I have a little will of my own, and I am not afraid of doctors. Will you leave it to me, dear John? I have saved your Lorna's life, and now I will save yours, which is a far, far easier business." "You have saved Lorna's life? What do you mean by talking so?" "Oh, what I say, Cousin John, though perhaps I overprize my work. But at any rate, she says so." "I do not understand," I said, falling backward with bewilderment. "All women are such liars." "Have you ever known me to tell a lie?" Ruth, in great indignation, more feigned, I doubt, than your mother may tell a story now and then when she feels it right, and so may both your sisters. But so you cannot do, John Ridd, and no more than you can I do it. If ever there was a virtuous truth in the eyes of a woman, it was now in Ruth Huckaback's, and my brain began very slowly to move, the heart being almost torpided from perpetual loss of blood. "I do not understand," was all I could say for a very long time. "Will you understand if I show you Lorna? I have feared to do it for the sake of you both. But now Lorna is well enough, if you think that you are Cousin John, surely you will understand when you see your wife." Following her to the very utmost of my mind and heart, I felt that all she said was truth, and yet I could not make it out. And in her last few words there was such a power of sadness rising through the cover of gaiety, that I said to myself, half in a dream, "Ruth is very beautiful." Before I had time to listen much for the approach of footsteps, Ruth came back, and behind her Lorna, coy as if of her bridegroom, and hanging back with her beauty. Ruth banged the door and ran away, and Lorna stood before me. But she did not stand for an instant. When she saw what I was like, at the risk of all thick bandages, and upsetting a dozen medicine bottles, and scattering leeches right and left, she managed to get into my arms, although they could not hold her. She laid her panting, warm young breast on the place where they meant to bleed me, and she set my pale face up, and she would not look at me, having greater faith in kissing. I felt my life come back and warm. I felt my trust in a woman flow. I felt the joys of living now and the power of doing it. It is not a moment to describe. Who feels can never tell of it. But the rush of Lorna tears, and the challenge of my bride's lips, and the throbbing of my wife's heart, now at last at home of mine, made me feel that the world was good and not a thing to be weary of. Little more have I to tell. The doctor was turned out at once, and slowly came back my former strength, with my darling wife and good victuals. As for Lorna, she never tired of sitting and watching me eat and eat. And such is her heart that she never tires of being with me here and there among the beautiful places, and talking with her arm around me, so far at least as it can go, though half of mine may go around her, of the many fears and troubles, dangers and discouragements, and worst of all, the bitter partings, which we used to have, somehow. There is no need for my farming harder than becomes a man away. Lorna has great stores of money, though we never draw it out, except for some poor neighbor, unless I find her a scrumptious dress out of her own perquisite, and this she always looks upon as a wondrous gift for me, and kisses me much when she puts it on, and walks like the noble woman she is. And yet I may never behold it again, for she gets back to her simple clothes, and I love her the better in them. I believe that she gives half the grandeur away, and keeps the other half for the children. As for poor Tom Faggus, everyone knows his bitter adventures when his pardon was recalled because of his journey to Sedgemoor. Not a child in the country, I doubt, but knows far more than I do of Tom's most desperate doings. The law had ruined him once, he said, and then he had been too much for the law, and now that a quiet life was his object, here the base thing came after him. And such was his dread of this evil spirit, that being caught upon Barnstaple Bridge, with soldiers at either end of it, yet doubtful about approaching him, he set his strawberry mare, Sweet Winnie, at the left-hand parapet, with a whisper into her dove-colored ear. Without a moment's doubt she leaped it into the foaming tide, and swam, and landed according to orders. Also his flight from a public house, where a trap was set for him, but when he came and broke down the door, and put 2 men under, and trod on them, is as well known as any ballad. It was reported for a while that poor Tom had been caught at last by means of his fondness for liquor, and was hanged before Taunton jail. But luckily we knew better. With a good wife, and a wonderful horse, and all the county attached to him, he kept the law at a wholesome distance, until it became too much for its master, and a new king arose. Upon this Tom sued his pardon afresh, and Jeremy Stickles, who suited the times, was glad to help him in getting it, as well as a compensation. Thereafter the good and respectable Tom lived a godly, though not always sober, life, and brought up his children to honesty, as the first of all qualifications. My dear mother was as happy as possibly need be with us, having no cause for jealousy, as others arose around her, and everybody was well pleased when Lizzie came in one day and tossed her bookshelf over, and declared that she would have Captain Blockham, and nobody should prevent her. For that he alone, of all the men she had ever met with, knew good writing when he saw it, and could spell a word when told, as he had now succeeded to Captain Stickle's position, Stickles going up the tree, and had the power of collecting and of keeping what he liked. There was nothing to be said against it, and we hoped that he would pay her out. I sent little Incy to Brundale School at my own cost and charges, have changed his name for fear of what anyone might do to him. I called him Incy Jones, and we got him a commission, and after many scruples of spirit, he did great things in the Low Counties. He looks upon me as his father, and without my leave will not lay claim to the heritage and title of the Doones, which clearly belong to him. Ruth Huckaback is not married yet, although upon Uncle Reuben's death she came into all his property, except, indeed, £2,000, which Uncle Ben, in his direst manner, bequeathed to Sir John Ridd, the worshipful knight, for greasing of the testator's boots, and he left almost a mint of money, not from the mine, but from the shop, and the good use of usury, for the mine had brought in just what it cost, when the vein of gold ended suddenly, leaving all concerned much older, and some, I fear, much poorer. But no one uttered ruin, as is the case with most of them. Ruth herself was his true mind, as upon deathbed he found. I know a man even worthy of her, and though she is not very young, he loves her as I love Lorna. It is my firm conviction that in the end he will win her, and I do not mean to dance again, except at dear Ruth's wedding, if the floor be strong enough. Of Lorna, of my lifelong darling, of my more and more loved wife, I will not talk, for it is not seemly that a man should exalt his pride. Year by year her beauty grows, with the growth of goodness, kindness, and true happiness, above all with loving. For change, she makes a joke of this, and plays with it, and laughs at it, and then, when my slow nature marvels, back she comes to an earnest thing. And if I wish to pay her out for something very dreadful, as may happen once or twice, when we become too gladsome, I bring her to forgotten sadness, and to me for cure of it, by the 2 words, Lorna Doone. End of chapter 75. Recording by Daisy 55. End of Lorna Doone, a Romance of Exmoor by Richard Doddridge Blackmore.